आप कैसे बैठेंगे? हाँ, ये बीच में वो ना हो जाए ना।
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
We have to start in a short while, sir.
Right. Right.
इसका आइकन क्या है? फुल स्क्रीन So we have make you co-host, so you can share your slide yourself as the presentation will be start. So you can share your slide.
Now can I share? Just now. Okay. हेलो हाँ हेलो हाँ बेटा
हाँ जी वो शायद अभी म्यूट पे वो स्पीकर
हाँ हाँ स्पीकर हाँ अब नहीं हाँ हाँ नहीं तो कह रहे हैं योर को-होस्ट यू कैन शेयर आ रही चलो बैठे देखता हूँ वो पता नहीं आ रही अभी ठीक है मेरा अब देखते हैं
उनके सामने आ गए
हमको होस्ट
इधर से गाइस को म्यूट कर म्यूट कर
Hello, is it audible to us? Hello, am I audible to you, sir? Sir, unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible.
Audible to you, Karan?
Are you audible?
Am I audible?
Am I audible, madam?
सब करा लो, बैठ लो। unmute पे थे, mute पे थे।
Hello, sir, am I
Yeah.
audible to you?
Yeah. Perfect.
पहले पूछो, आप पूछो। ना, मैं audible? reply नहीं आया।
Am I audible, madam?
नहीं। मुझे चाहिए ना कोई बात। ये तुम्हें सुनना है तो तुम करो ऐसे अंदर पे। ये अच्छा है। ठीक है? वन बैठो तेरे पास। हाँ, मुझे बता मेरे को पोस्ट करना है तो उनको बताऊँ कि आपने कुछ किया। अच्छा। शिक्षक है ना बच्चे से शिक्षक है। अच्छे से पढ़ा परेशान ओके नहीं होने लगा
Good morning, Mr. Tripathi. Are you audible? I think you are in mute. I am not audible to you.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Now it is clear.
Yeah, sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
Same for me, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Is it audible to all?
Yeah, good morning. I am audible.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richa from Department of Food Technology, Jivaji University. It's a great privilege and honor to welcome all the dignitaries and participants on this platform for the webinar. On the behalf of Organizing Committee, Food Technology and Jivaji University, I welcome you all again for the second day of webinar on COVID-19 challenge on food processing industry, remedial measures and issues involved. As we all know, due to COVID-19 pandemic, global food industries are affected a lot and food chain is disrupted. There is huge impact on economy and employment. So we all gather through this webinar with eminent personality to discuss that what are the challenges and how this can be turned into opportunity and innovation in food processing sector specifically. So firstly, I request Professor GBKS Prasad sir, coordinator of Center for Food Technology and convener of this webinar to deliver his thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good morning, everyone from Jivaji University. I welcome you all to the second day session of the webinar, that is the impact of
GBKS
COVID-19.
Prasad sir, coordinator of Center for Food Technology and convener of this webinar to deliver his thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Sorry for the technical problem. I invite Rajesh Gupta ji, General Manager of Bikaner Wala Food Private Limited, and to deliver his talk, Challenges to Food Industry, Optimization of Feasible Solutions. Over to Dr. Rajesh Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. I express my thanks to all for giving this opportunity to share my thoughts on the subject during this COVID-19. Of course, if we look at the challenges, before that, I just like to brief about the pandemic. See, the COVID-19 is the pandemic which we are facing now, but global pandemic is not a new scenario for the mankind, as there are a number of the episodes, various pandemic. Every pandemic have affected the human activities and economic growth of the world. We are facing COVID-19, an infectious disease caused by the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. Here, I'd like to share few of the previous pandemics and see, this is not the first time. In 1918 to 1919, there was Spanish flu, H1N1 was the causative agent. Asian flu 1957-58, S2N2 influenza A virus. Then Hong Kong flu 1968-70, S3N2 influenza virus. HIV AIDS 1981, and we are still running through human immunodeficiency virus. And now we are facing COVID-19 from 2019, represent SRS-CoV-2, and it has already taken a death toll of around 1,62,956 as far the data from the April is concerned. What I mean to say is, whatever we are facing is today, we will be through, because in the past also this kind of changes and the calamities have actually come across the world, and we came out of it. If we just try to say the COVID-19 in the month of the February, the data was infected 3, recovered 0, active case 3. In March, it has rose to 1397, recovered 158, active cases 1239, and death 35. April, if we see, it is around 35,000, recovered around 10,000, and active cases around 25,000. In May, when we entered, it was further grown up, and it was much higher than the previous 3 months. Infected around 20,000, recovered around 10, and active cases around 9,000. And death has taken up more than 5,000. When we are today and on 14th, the data is up to 11th June only. And in that case, infected were around 30,000, recovered 15, active cases around 15, and death toll has gone to around 8,500 or more than 8,000. So this is just an sort of previous picture how the COVID is actually behaving, and we are prepared to do it. We are doing it. Now comes to the food processing sector. Since this having a global effect on economy as well as the overall life of the every individual, I would say only because the food processing sector is a very rising sector, and in that case, we in India is the 6th largest in the world for the food and grocery market. India as a food ecosystem offers huge opportunity for the investment, with stimulating growth in food sector, favorable economic policies, and active fiscal incentives. The government of India, through the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, is taking all necessary steps to boost the investment in the food processing industry despite of the COVID-19 effect. The Ministry of Food Processing has also announced 39 mega food parks quite early, and out of this 18 mega food parks have become functional, and rest are being taken up. This is just have a look at how the India and the food processing industries are growing, and what are their perspectives, how it is being taken, and how it is being viewed and looked by the government, the Ministry of Food Processing. These are the parts which are already functional, and rest are in the process of finalization. As per the proposed plan, whatever the plan was made 2 years earlier, expected was 2024 food processing industry potentially will attack about $33 billion US, and it will create an employment for 9 million people. Now the Prime Minister has announced an Atmanirbhar Bharat. See, the Atmanirbhar Bharat is a sort of fill gap arrangement which has been announced, and they have declared an economic package of 20 lakh crores, which is nothing but around 10% of the India's total GDP. So this is the how the government or the India is looking for the food industries to grow, and in spite of the adverse conditions of COVID-19. If we just look at the breakup of the total relief package of 20 lakh crores, you can see the 10,000 crores have been allotted for the food micro enterprises, and subsequently whatever the our finance minister Dr. Sitaraman C has actually declared. If you look at the other perspectives in the 5 steps they have declared in table 1, this is the just a part 1. In part 1 they have covered so many things which are getting a relief for the industry, not only for the food, of course it is for all, but it concludes that how the things are being viewed. They have given the support for the EPF, they have given funding for the MSME sector, and so on. Similarly, in this part 2 declaration for the allocation, free food grain supply, and then special credit using housing, additional emergency, additional credit to KCC. Now, if we look at the part 3, which is more interesting from today's webinar point of view, this food micro enterprises, 10,000 crores, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, because the fisheries is also, and the seafood is also the part of the food industries, 20,000 crores. Then the Operation Green, they have allotted anything nearby the Ganga River, anything can be grown, it can be multiplied to 500. Agri Infrastructure Fund, 1 lakh crore. Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, 15,000. This time they have declared all the vaccination will be free for all the animals and the kettles, which is around 50 crores of the in India. Promotion of the herbal cultivation, beekeeping initiative. See, this shows the part 3 shows a major contribution of the allocation of the funds for the agriculture, or for the food, and which is ultimately it is going to impact, or it is going to help us in developing and processing and further food industries. And the last was the 4th and 5, which is for the different the departments and this. Now, the Indian food industry is a cash cow for the Indian economy and holds a significant contribution to the global food trade too. As you know that India is the number 1 in the milk production. It is number 1 in this fruit and vegetable, number 2 in the cereals and this thing, and 3rd is into the fishery products. So a lot of production we are having at our end, but the processing is still not matching to the overall the production to process further. So most of the the fruit and vegetable which are perishable, we have the capacity to produce, but we don't have the matching capacity to further process and to store and to enhance the life. The food processing industry, being the crucial sector, was one of the few sectors allowed to be operational as an essential service despite the nationwide lockdown. When everything was stuck up, and when the trains were stopped, and when the flights were actually cancelled, but the food was the essential to reach to everyone, and that shows the kind of positioning the food industries they are having. That all the essential commodities were allowed to even in the lockdown period. Major impact of the COVID-19 on the food processing industries. COVID-19 has major obstacles like travel was restricted, border were sealed, social distancing was to be maintained, and these are the things. Some of the things were habit related, some of the things were seen and adopted, looking towards the rising trend of the COVID-19 effect. See, the major symptoms of this corona are known to all, but the only thing is sometimes we know it, but we don't exactly understand what is the impact. So these are the symptoms: cough, fever, shortness of breath, and sore throat. Now, the major subject where we want to discuss more in detail is the challenges which we face during the lockdown. As an industry member, our major problem retained with this thing when the first lockdown was declared in the month of March, the people and the workforce were idle and they felt they should be in a safer place. So they started leaving for their hometown. This resulted into main shortages of the workforce on the shop floor. Later on, the government in the month of May decided those who have gone to their estates, they will be allowed to come to the place of work. This has lasted about 1.5 months. This was the one of the major factors. Then the traffic remained closed during the lockdown, to which they could not come and back. They were not allowed to come. And after that, when they permitted to come to enter into the previous this thing, the government and the state authorities, they made a plan to keep anybody coming from the other state for a quarantine of 14 days. This way, this has taken more than 2 months in re-stabilizing and re-assembling these things. So this has made a major losses to the and this could not allow us to resume the operation. To run the factory, permission has to obtain the local administration there. When there was a lockdown, there was a procedure which was made that those who want to run their production or to their operation, they have to seek the permission from the local authority, district administration from there. But when they have permitted, looking towards the social distancing, they have allowed almost 1/3 of the total strength. You can understand if there is a need of 500 workers or the workforce, they have allowed us say 150. So in that case, keeping everything, all the expenses and all the infrastructure facilities same remaining, but the production remain only less than 1/3, or you can say 1/3. Packaged food, which was dispatched from our manufacturing place, they were lying to the distributor or super stockist or maybe the shopkeeper. So foods which are having a lower shelf life, they sometimes they cross the expire, they cross the best before date, or they were close to best before date. Even if it is today if it is open, so many material and so many products with a crore of rupees, they could not be sold out. They were to take back, or they are lying under suspension. I mean, this was the major economic effect on the food industries, because other things may not be having the limitation of the shelf life. In case of the packaged food, we have certainly a best before date, or we having a use by date, and because of these 2 months of stagnation, so many the products, they could not be sold, or they have been lying on the shelf to be taken back or to be discarded. To run the factory, permission has to obtain. Okay. Then comes FSI has released draft notification to provide the expiry date, and those who are in the state, they will understand the best before is the date by which the product remains very good in condition, and even after that it is safe, but it is having a slightly deteriorated qualitative effect, qualitative parameters. Now the FSI has given a dot notification that they are going to change best before to expiry date. Means anything which is best before, after that it can be used, though it is safe, but in case of expiry it has to be discarded. So this is another impact which is going to come in coming days, if this so happen, though we are trying to get them to reconsider their decision, and let us be allowed to put best before date rather going for the expiry. Now the new guidelines released during the unlock, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, they have actually time to time they have actually given us released the SOPs how to protect ourselves from the this pandemic, and that was quite helpful. And as per the new guidelines, restaurants are to be allowed maximum with the 50% capacity. So this is nothing but it is sort of all these things are required just to cope up with the pandemic. But it has adversely affected our economy, and it has increased cost. it has hampered our operation conditions, but we have to maintain. These were some of the challenges which we face. Now we can say during this movement of the workforce from one state to another place, our Prime Minister has given a thought to work on local and vocal and global. Means anything which is locally available should be explored, should be utilized, the resources, so that the workforce remain in that area, they get the job also, and those things will be popularized to a to a standard, and after that we should try to reach to a global standard to make ourselves self-dependent. FSI has launched a training program of the food business under this flagship. This is the part that I'm trying to cover. What sort of difficulties we faced, and how could we recover, and how we can optimize our facilities, and to gain and to reestablish. So FSI in this case actually Food Standards Authority India Limited has launched a training program on a food business under the flagship of Food Safety Training and Certification Program. They have given online, and by this way it has helped us a lot in training the workforce. And this training is of a very nominal cost and can be attended by any food business or operator at the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Commerce Affairs, Ministry of Health, Home Affairs create a new awareness among the public domain at large, issued guideline SOP time to time. They have actually conveyed through media, and they have also conveyed through the webinars that suppose we are doing like that, and they try to spread the factor which are really to be followed. We only can say we are following, but it is not 100%. It is slightly or partially, or you can say practically, it is somewhere lacking, that we have to come up with that. 20 lakh crore package government, whatever they have given for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is also a sort of great support that we already, I think, discussed with you and share with you. Relaxation time, the FSSI, there were so many last dates for submission of the annual production return. Maybe for the verification, the stamping date is 31st March. By that, they have already given a margin of 90 days or maybe even more, so that the food industries are facilitated. They are not under pressure, and they get enough time to further come up. Regarding the other things that need to be, they are being done. They are partially or partly they are done, but they have to be adopted and taken up as a 100% measure. Then only we can come and we can get through this pandemic. The employer should have a COVID-19 screening protocol in place of screen. See, for example, anybody is coming at the airport, their temperature is checked, but one person is checking the temperature of one. Here, in a shift time, suppose the strength of 200 persons, the employees are they coming in a shift, they are all reaching at a time. So here it is very difficult for us to check for the temperature of each and every individual. But we are doing. We are doing by that is giving an additional manpower deployment. Sometimes we have to use the two entry points. That means double security check, and the same time with the other people who are leaving the shift. So we have to create a gap in between the two shifts. So it means if we are running 8-hour shift for 24 hours, and we are creating a gap, that is also having a very difficult situation to really cope up with. Now, whenever there is a temperature which is above 90, 99, then we are trying to send that person or the staff to take rest or to go for home quarantine. So that is also a sort of particular person is, suppose is skilled person is having a particular job. In case he is being returned, it means it is also is breaking our chain of operation. So this is we are trying to do it. Now it comes to the washing for the hand wash. Anybody can do the hand washing, but how to ensure that it is minimum 20 seconds. So this is a matter of practice. What we are doing it, we are washing our hands, no doubt that has come into our practice, but it is 20 seconds. It is not less than 20 seconds. This is a challenge. We don't have any stopwatch, anything by that we can say it has crossed 20 seconds. So it might be even 15 seconds. It might be even 25 seconds. Staff must wash their hands removing the street cloths. So in general, we have got the practices, and we are definitely already in the practice. So there is not a much difficult here to do it. And but face mask, cover, and clean protective clothing must be worn by. Suppose we are having the face mask, but after certain period of this thing, sweating, it is to be replaced or it is to be changed, or sometimes they are reversible. So these are the things where we are lacking. We are not very, and the workforce or the laborers, they are not very, very particular. So all requires slowly adaptation and their assurance. As early we can adopt, we will be clear through. We will be having a better future. No gap should be observed after wearing the mask. Most times, some of the time we are wearing the mask, but mask is actually, suppose it is having an elastic, and elastic suppose it has weakened, then in that case it will leave a gap. So that mask has to be either to be replaced or it is to be wear in a proper way. So whatever we are doing 90%, 99% correct, but might be leaving a gap of 1%, which defeats the purpose. Gloves are to be worn during the handling of the ready-to-eat the food. They say no other surface to be touched. Suppose we use wear the gloves, and after that we are touching any surface, it means the purpose of wearing the gloves is diluted. Strict implementation for the jewelry watches policy. Sanitize mobile. See, now jewelry policy watches, everything is already followed. But as far as this mobile phone, we have not yet achieved that. Any person going at the workplace is leaving the mobile in his locker or somewhere. So it is not. It cannot be fully implemented, or you can say it is partially achieved. Minimum physical contact between the two people and a distance of 1 meter, which is this is the very specific and categorical requirement for this pandemic to win over, that the person must have a social distancing of minimum 1 meter. Rather, if it is more than that, it is better, but minimum 1 meter. So this is in a food industry, when there is a alignment for the different assignments, sometimes it does not permit to keep a distance of 1 meter, but we have imparted compartments. We have make some circles on the floor. We have trying to this thing and trying to develop this should not repeat either, in the case that they are going for the lunch, or they are going for any this thing, and these things are to as being planned for a distinguished timetable, so that there is no accumulation, and the social distancing of 1 meter is minimum achieved. Similarly, the food establishment should be given with the soap water, followed by disinfectant prepared by 1% hypochlorite solution or the equivalent. So these are the services which are coming in contact, that we have been starting doing. Whatever was being done, now it is being done much more in a thorough manner, but it has all added to the manpower and overall the cost of the operation. Cleaning equipment, containers, utensils should be washed thoroughly through the soap and water. Use of hot water. This is usually followed in any of the organized sector. Employers should be COVID-19 screen protocol based in skill. Here there is a scope for the investors to come up with a any equipment or any cabin or any cabinet through. If anybody is passing through that, it is a foolproof. It will indicate the temperature, and as well as it will indicate and give an alarm or the beep if the temperature is on the higher side for that particular employee or the staff above 99. So if this leaves a scope for us for finding making a design in equipment which can save our time on the especially at the entry time of the persons, and does not. So this will be having a scope for further exploring the possibilities and to minimize the time and to do the work efficiently. Food supply chain. Now the things whatever is being followed in the industry is made product is being supplied, and the food supply chain plays a very vital role here. Clean and sterilize the delivery and transport vehicles regularly. Use vehicle only for the food deliveries distribution. Sometimes the vehicle are used for the purpose other than the food also. Here the FSI has already given a direction that the vehicle for the food has to be very specific, and it should not be used for the things other than the food. Anyone displaying the flu-like symptom, delivering food should not be there. Driver, loader, staff, they should also be maintained. Personal hygiene, they should be taking care of themselves. Hand washing has to be there. They should fix a bottle of sanitizer in their cabinet where the driver sits, so that if any time they need, they can always, it is readily available. Often it happens we want to do something, but in absence of material properly made at the time of the use or at the point of the use, then we certainly skip, or it is overlooked. And similarly, those who are not in the habit of face covers, they wear, sometimes they take it off, and they don't care that how many hours or how many for what period they have used, that needs a change. If a vehicle enters into area of any COVID-19, just like in Delhi, we are putting up here, so many sensitive areas are there, and where the COVID-19 hotspot is there. So if the vehicle is over there, is passing or it has crossed through, the vehicle should be again disinfected before further use. Here there is a little idea about how we are looking at maintaining the distance. And the restaurants, wherever the people are here, the distance is not 1 meter. These are some of the cubicles which are thought of. This could be some sort of solution in coming times, and may provide us a relief from these things. But how to do it, how to achieve it, is really a not easy task for us. Similarly, to avoid these things, the suggestion is, or we have to adopt it, disposable menus, so that your hand contact is from one person to another person is avoided. Contactless dining will be facilitated, such as enabling ordering from the customer's phone instead of a menu card. When anything which is having a hand touch, to avoid the direct touch of the contact to the body, these are some of the solutions. And suppose the after in a restaurant or in this thing, wherever a person has taken a meal, after that, that table has to be sanitized before serving to other set. Table may be moved further apart. Contactless payments, anything which payment can be made either through digital or through any ATM or like that, so that will also be helpful in reducing the problem. These are some of the indicators which will serve as a reminder only. If this can be displayed at the workplace or in the offices, or maybe just to work as a reminder that you have to wash your hands, and you have to wear the mask, you need not to shake the hands, and don't go together without maintaining and breaking the distance of 1 meter, which is the requirement. Similarly, the hand washing, as I told you, everybody washes the hand. The time 20 seconds is is not measurable. You cannot say it is 20 seconds or so. And more often, the people who are washing the hands, the correct hand washing method and steps are often ignored. So here there is a picture that shows how we have to apply the soap, then we rub the hands, and then after that you have to just cover whole surface, and then we have to wash this hand. So these are some of the steps, though it is very easy and we all understand, but when it comes to the real practically doing, so then we miss it. So this is a sort of display which can be made at the washing point, or you can say at the wherever you're this, so that whosoever has actually taken, they do it correctly, so that we get the full advantage of that, and does not lead to any kind of compromise. Now similarly, the gloves in the houses also we are using the gloves, but it sometimes after usage they are thrown, they are reused, and there it leads to the so many compromises. So there is the need to look into to bring into the practice. Similarly, for the cleaning, we have got some detergent and soap, and we have got the 70% alcohol as well. And then it comes to the social distancing. The limit of the number of social distancing is not something we can say we have got a mechanical device and we can actually put into, and that distance is maintained. Here, we have to keep in mind, limit the number of the people on a contact within the food premises. This is the one. Space out the stagger the workstation and the food preparation areas and maintain a gap of at least 1 meter. Reduce the speed of the production. Here, the major cost has added, because when we had to reduce the speed of the production, so cost does not come down, and the production becomes less than half. So this is a very challenging part as far the economics is concerned for the food processing industries. So we are adopting, and we have staggered the shift. We have actually also divided into, created certain partitions so that the social distancing is maintained. We have also marked on the floor so that the work as a reminder that you have to keep in this block only. Increase the time between the shift that we have done. Prohibit the sharing of the lockers. Yeah, this is a very important point, because previously we were having a locker, and the locker is having, let us say, a set of 22 or maybe 18, and everybody was standing side by side. So here we have actually made the provision so that they can be segregated, and by staggering the shift, there is no accumulation and the distance is maintained. For food delivery also, they leave the food. The persons have been trained, who are delivering, they will leave the material about 5 feet or 10 to 10, 1 meter, or more than 1 meter away from the place. Restrict the face-to-face meeting. We are doing in their webinar. We are not. In the last also, we have been with FSI in a meeting of about 150 persons. They were all connected, and it conveyed a very beautiful message without any waste of time sitting at home, and that certainly effectively communicated and adopted by the persons who have attended and who have delivered the talk. Now, as far the disinfectant is concerned, there are 2 or 3. They are available. The people are not aware that how to use it, and in general, the awareness is being created through various methods. This is also a slide from FSI, which shows the chlorine can be used, perishable products, food contact, always for food to be consumed and after use. So these are some of the pictures or the slides which has been derived by, and they have been provided and facilitated to everyone, and they can use it. So I think if we just looking toward the time constraint, I think I'm not running out of the time. I will only say whatever the challenges has been faced by the industry, especially food processing industry, despite of that, there is a lot of support for the government for the food processing sector. The challenges which are being faced by food processors, they are slowly they are getting acquainted, and economy is also slowly and gradually coming back, but it will take another few months, I think, but we will be definitely through. And the major thing is, whatever the things we have adopted that need to be brought, that to be bring into the practice 100%, which is either it is a social distancing, or it is a correct use of the mask, or the hand washing, or you can say other things which are to be kept in mind to come and to win the our COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a beautiful talk. As you told, the food processing is a sunrise sector, because food is a basic need to all of us. And of course, the president is encouraging, as you told in your slides, the Atmanirbhar Bharat and vocal for local. So we hope that participant would be inspired and will take this pandemic as an opportunity for new innovations. I want to introduce to all the participants, because of some technical issue, I could not introduce the Mr. Rajesh Gupta ji. I consider it my privilege to introduce you, sir. Sir is working as General Manager in Bikaner Wala Food Private Limited. Bikaner Wala Food Private Limited is an international brand and is a manufacturer and marketer of Bikano branded Indian style sweets and savory. Sir has done BTech in food tech from SGBTI Kanpur with PGDM from YMCA Delhi. He is having experience nearly 4 decades in government and private sector of national and international repute. He is an active member of various organizations like CII and FSSAI. So, sir, it is an immense pleasure to all of us that you have accepted our invitation and give and join us in this platform. Thank you very much, sir, again.
Thank you.
Now, the session is open for the discussion. So if anyone is asking to question, can unmute herself. If anybody wants to,
Yes, please.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Dr. Rajesh is a very informative talk. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Dr. Rajesh
Yeah.
is a very informative talk. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but there is a little cracking. You're not audible.
Hello.
I think this is some technical problem. I'm not, you're not audible.
okay, sir. So now the question is from participant side, sir.
Yeah, please.
From the chat box, the Subham is asking, sir, is there any shortage of job in food processing industry as social distancing is a big deal with COVID-19? So is there any shortage of job?
No, it is not a shortage job, but we can only say that there is a little, time being, there is a, arrangement which is to be made, as of now, the people who are not coming out of the house, they are trying to remain at the home on the safer side. So these things have a temporarily created some sort of, gap, which will certainly be overcome within I think 2 or 3 months. And the food industries, where as I've already explained, they are in the very much in the top of the seeing revenue generation for the the government, as well as the government is very keen in providing all the strength. So the job is not a problem, but only we can say for this temporary phase, which may be over within 2 or 3 months. So the things will be normal.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, next question is from Aman Kumar. There is any change in HACCP processing in food industry after COVID-19?
See, some of the things what were already existing, they have been strengthened, and they have been further, condensed. See, the points are almost the same, except the social distancing. Hand washing was initially, the mask was initially, and the locker and the disinfectant. But the major thing which has added into is the social distancing, and perhaps it is a new thing also, and it will require some more time to arrange the things accordingly. So this is which is an added point in addition to the whatever it was having in HACCP.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Anyone wants to ask question?
वो दिखा दिया।
Sir, you are in mute.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah, yes.
Ah, yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, right. So I want you to give on a take your Bikaner as an example, as a case study. What is the impact of COVID-19 on your industry because of whatever restrictions, lockdown period, and because of the migrant labor and all those things? So how much, what are the sectors affected, and that amounts to how much loss, and what are the measures you are proposing to revive back to the normal at the earliest possible?
Very truly, you have raised this thing. What are the points which has, what are the major points which has taken us back to, and how we are going to come back to the normal? As far as the factory operation is concerned, it was a case of 45 days, 35 to 45 days when we could not run. Now, after that, when the government made an possibility of labor transfer from state to state, we have achieved. And I think by the next month, the factory operation and the manufacturing, that will come to on level. We have already achieved about 70-75%. And whatever the migrant labor, they are also returning. And this in the month of, I think by the July, it will be, it should be almost back. But as far the restaurant part is concerned, where we have been guided to remain with the minimum maximum 50% the capacity. So that is really a great challenge, how to meet out with the 50% of the capacity utilization. So that will, the time will only come up. And for our own establishment, we have made our arrangements in the restaurants also. We have reduced the manpower. We have created a distance so that the social distancing is maintained. So, but it is all very challenging, and we understand it will take some more time to come up.
Thank you very much. Okay, one more thing. Yesterday, Professor S.K. Rao, during his presentation, he said, of course, for that thing, everybody agrees, how to minimize the post-harvest losses. Can industry in any way contribute to that particular factor?
Post-harvest losses, I think the government has actually giving a lot of aids to the farmers and to take care. And the industry is only of the view, if whatever the material is available, it can be processed as fast as possible so that the losses can be minimized. And in that case, Ministry of Food Processing has already made a plan to establish food mega parks, and wherever they think which crop is available, they will try to, just like suppose tomato is there in Punjab, they are trying to put a canning plant, or you can say the processing plant for the making the ketchup or the pulp, so that as soon as it is harvested, it is processed and it can be preserved so that it can be used for the rest of the rest of the time of the year. So these are the things which are already in the pipeline. Some of the things are taking place, and moreover, as far as this transportation and the logistic is concerned, cold storage are concerned, so that they can be preserved. So they have got also they have also facilitated. So these are the things which will help the farmers and to preserve and to save our post-harvest losses.
It's fine, because if industries are prepared to move out of their geographical boundaries And if you can set up, let us say that you may be getting, the raw material from a distant place. So,
Yeah.
if you can set up some processing, if not complete processing, partially processing industry at that place, so
Yeah.
that immediately when the profit is to the company also, we get raw material at a cheaper rate, and
Yeah. Yeah.
also at least the losses can be minimized.
Yeah. Yeah. That very rightly you have said. Suppose we are using the potato, we are getting the potato from contract farming from, let us say, from Indore, and if we set up an industry in Indore, that will facilitate. The potato is a major, raw material, and has a lot of transportation cost. So it will definitely bring our expenses, to cut down our expenses, as well as it will give an opportunity to the farmer to sell their products at their door, and it will be saved from going into the cold storage, or maybe in the processing losses. It's very true, and of course the industry is actually pushing up for their, for these kind of things.
Yeah, now particularly, in this, with the announcement of this new package, 20 lakhs package by the government of India, and
Mhm.
for setting up of the agri infrastructure fund, maybe I
Yeah.
think industry can take advantage of it, and then do something in that line, so that it is useful for both, all the segments,
Yeah.
sectors,
Yeah.
right?
Of course, of course, of course. This is the very appropriate time, and these things have been further highlighted and focused, and which has given a lot of encouragement for the food processing industry by that way of the announcement of such a package.
Thank you very much.
Okay, nice.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any more question? Okay. So thank you, sir. I hope the participant will learn a lot and enjoy the session thoroughly. Now, moving the webinar, our next speaker is Dr. M.K. Tripathi. It's an immense pleasure to all of us to introduce you, sir. He is working as Principal Scientist Biochemistry at ICAR Bhopal. His major areas of professional interest include medicinal compounds, functional food, nutraceutical, fermented and probiotic food, byproduct utilization for value-added product development, food safety, and food quality evaluation. He has guided more than 50 postgraduate students. He has published more than 75 research papers in international and national journal of repute, more than 45 book chapters, 35 technical popular articles. He has developed more than 25 process technology, patent applied for food product and registered many genes in NCBI. He has authored, edited more than 13 books in areas of food processing, modern food, food safety, and tissue culture. And 2 books received award for Book of the Year. He has qualified CSIR Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Fellowship. He has been recipient of several prestigious awards as well, and honors such as Marvelous Personality of India Award in Science, Established Scientist Award, Best Scientist Award, Young Scientist Award, and 14 Best Presentation Award and Fellowship by various forums. He has also received Lifetime Achievement Award by Innovative Research, Chennai for outstanding achievement in the field of food processing research. He has been conferred for Innovative Food Product Development Award, Best Scientific Contributor Award from Food and Beverage International Magazine. So the list is so on. We are welcome you, sir, in this webinar, and I'm requesting you to start the talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Please enable me for the sharing.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. You can share your slides.
My slide is open. It's appearing there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is visible and
Thank,
audible.
thank you, madam. First of all, I thanks to Professor Prasad sir and his team for their excellent effort to the organize such informative webinar on COVID-19. And I also thanks to all the audience and hope it will be very useful for all. If you see this COVID-19, basically the word derived from coronavirus disease 2019. And with the new state, COVID-19 is not expected for around a year. Everyone looking at building up their body defense by strengthening their immune system. Before the recent outbreak, there is no one is known to be exposed to it. So our immune systems are very much immature to the virus and not capable to develop immunity against such types of coronavirus infections. So this is the important reason why this virus is spreading speedily through the populations. There is no specific treatment for the COVID-19, and the treatment is basically essentially focused on either supporting care or conditions of oxygen or fluid and respiratory systems. So no vaccines and no effective clinical method is established for such corona types of infections. Basically, the taking daily precautions which lowering the risk of such types of disease, specifically washing hand, social distancing, exercising, and get enough sleep. So if you see these slides, my whole talk is divided in three parts. How this coronavirus is dangerous, and what are the different aspects of the host and the virus, and how this functional food component is very much useful to just boost our immune system, means the role of immune system against such types of diseases. If you see this novel coronavirus, just I want to brief some biochemistry and some physiology, which is very essential during these periods. Basically, this novel coronavirus are the virus that circulate among animals, but some of them are also known to affect humans. Not all the animals are thus spreaders. So 2019 novel coronavirus was identified mainly in China at the end of this 2019 and is a new strain that has not previously seen in the humans. So this is the very new for our body system. As our previous speaker already told some symptoms. So these are the symptoms of this like fever, cough, difficulty breathing, muscle pain, and trembliness. And some of the preventive measures like avoid contact with the sick people, wash your hands. These are some common things which is very much is required during this period. Specifically, the transmission is mainly by the respiratory droplet. This is the one of the reason, and it required the 2 to 14 day of the incubation period. So if you can assume the seriousness of this virus. If you see this coronavirus is basically a normal virus and much more than a cell around their genetic material and few proteins are there. So to replicate, it required living cells. And when a signal start for their replication, this virus just copy, assemble, and release a number of copies to such same types of virus to the host. So if the see this coronavirus closely, these are some important protein factor and nucleic acid factors which play a major role in the infections like S protein. This is the spike that allows the virus to grab host cell and open it up. Basically, this corona names derived from the crown. And when you see in the electron microscope, it looks like a spike-like structure. That's why its name is become the coronavirus. If you see the E protein is again very important, and it is an envelope protein, and this envelope proteins assemble of new virus and budding the process of bursting out of the host cell. So this is a very important step for their propagations. N protein is again important. This cover the nucleotides and hold all the important RNA, which is responsible for this is basically RNA virus. So this N protein is responsible for the replicating of the virus. M protein, again very important protein, and that is related to the membranes and keeps it all together. And it also play major role in coordination between all the protein during the replication. So this is the physiology and biochemistry of this coronavirus. If you see, the coronavirus infection is basically in two types, two categories. One, the major factor is from the virus side, and other the factor is the host side. Basically, we have already discussed different protein from the virus side. Some of the host factors are very much responsible for the infections like SARS-CoV receptor. This is the receptor protein of the humans, and this convert enzyme too, which is very much binding to this virus in their blood. So individuals who are more susceptible to this severe disease are the mostly the peoples which is near to 65 or greater than 65. These are the peoples where their immune system is not too strong. If you see the cytopathic effect of this virus is mainly the effect to the some of the chemical released in the body during the immune system, basically the cytokinins and created cytokinin storm, and they mostly sustain the inflammatory responses like hypoxia, septic shock, and these all are very much related to the clinical condition of this SARS-CoV-2 infected patients. If you see the under health conditions, which is very much required and which make their susceptibility, the persons which have the hypertension, the person with a chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, or the person with the diabetes, or the person with the cardiovascular diseases. In these all, the persons are very much susceptible to the infections. Severe or other complications are also related to this coronavirus are respiratory distress syndrome, septic shocks, metabolic acidosis, and which is difficult to correct. Coagulation dysfunction and multiple organ failure is the one of the result of this coronavirus infection. So when we come to the immune system, our immune system basically designed to fight off infection and diseases. Number of ways to detect and destroy these foreign particles, which is firstly recognized as a foreign of our body system, like in bacteria, virus, fungus, in some cases of cancerous cells. These cells recognized as a foreign particle of body system by the help of immune system. If you see the virus, this virus need a cell machinery because they produce their own protein, and this is only possible when they goes to the inside and host and replicate. So due to this reason, the virus is considered to be not alive. So the most effective mechanism of this our body system immune system is innate response, which is against viral infection and mediated by the some of the important chemical compounds released during this process is the interferon, and by the important some host killing cells and natural killing cells. So these two are the very much important of our immune system sites. If you see the strength of immune system is varies from person to person. That's why some persons are very much susceptible to the infection and some have resistance. That's why the some people require only 14 days and some people if you see the in the reports, some people show the this symptoms after 20 and 22 days. This because of the strength of the immune system. If you see the strength of the immune system is varies from day to day, and in fact there are several factors who govern the strength of immune system. If you see, this is the line of defense in our body system. The first line is basically skin and membrane. Second line is the innate response by the macrophage natural killer cells. They produces antimicrobial and some of the complex complementary systems and some of the chemicals like interferon and inflammation. So this is the second line of defense system. Our third line of defense system is basically mainly to the response of the pathogens by help of the B cells, beta lymphocytes, T lymphocytes, and other cells related to these two beta and T cells. And finally, they also they remember our immunity for the again entry of that virus that is called our source are immune cells. So how does this immune system react to the coronavirus? Why immune system is important during this coronavirus infection? A very few minutes of the infection, the body system intervenes with the innate response. Means this is the first response, and they secreted granulocyte, squamous cells, and killer cells from the blood and lymphocytic system and stream to fight the coronavirus. This is the first and second line defense, and these all are supported by the several plasma proteins, and either they act as a messenger or directly affect the destroying the virus. So if you see this interferon is very important. This is the chemicals messenger which secreted during the infection. This interferons is the subgroup of signaling protein and which is normally secreted by the infected cells. The two types of this interferons in different SARS-CoV-1 is reported. In case of SARS-CoV-1, it suppresses the production of one of the interferon and thus at least delay the attraction of the immune system. That's why if our immune system is delayed, our delayed response of immune system is very much dangerous to in, against this infection. Second is the SARS-CoV. This is the time. This is actually we are facing this SARS-CoV-2, the name given to the specifically the coronavirus, and the special function and the function of interferon against this is not unclear. So we suppose our immune system is basically playing an important role against this virus, specifically in coronavirus. If you see the immune system, the immune system is basically natural defense system. It is just like an army. It is a war, and its warrior needs some substances. It's rather well established that the people who like in poverty and unmolested are more vulnerable to infection. It is already established. The peoples with malnutrition or lower nutrition are very much susceptible to infection against such types of virus. Although there are very few studies that tie the effect of nutrition directly to the development of this infectious disease. So there is some evidence which pointing out that the various micronutrient deficiency like zinc, selenium, iron, copper, folic acid, and vitamin A, 6C can alter the immune response, and finally altering the immune response, we suppose the weakness of immune response and more and more rate of infections. So why this virus and bacteria don't stand a chance with a strong immune system? Why these immune systems are very much important to protect our body system against virus and bacterial infection. Suppose consuming the healthy diet to help boost up our immune system. Definitely, most of the macronutrient, and it is already established that their role in the establishing or producing immune cells. So, although there is no research has been done, direct effect of this food that help fight specifically against COVID-19. It is already reported against the virus, but the COVID-19 virus is the function of that cells foods are not directly established after COVID-19. So some of the previous study indicate that eating certain functional foods in the form of either whole foods or functional component is very much responsible of improve our health and strengthen our body ability to fight certain invasive viruses. Means it is established that by taking a good food, functional foods, enhancing our immune system or boosting our immune system, we will become more resistant to fight certain invasive viruses. If you see, this is very complex slide. Actually, the purpose of displaying this slide is that if you see, there are several defense lines. If you go to your immune system, there are several defense lines which on different level responsible for to the destruction of the coming pathogens. So the first line barrier, second line barrier, third line barrier, fourth line barrier, everywhere some cellular responses and some biochemical responses are generated. If you, in case of the physical barrier, our skins and other where this act as, they just protect our GI and respiratory tract, skin. These are the important. The second, innate immunity. The two things is very important. Some cellular response against this infection and some biochemical response against this infection. So some phagocytics identify the pathogen and initially they try to kill and digest them by this mechanism. And some of the important immune cells like natural killer cells, they just inject cytoplasmic substances into pathogens, and some neutrophils and other phagocytes triggers the pathogen to phagocytosis. Means the purpose of this cellular response is to just phagocytosis of pathogen. In second level, due to this, there are several biochemical responses because this is a very complex system of the immune system where our complement system, there are several components of complement system just activated to this response, and finally they just release some hormones or some chemicals like interferon and cytokinin, and these mediate the several inflammatory responses, and these inflammatory responses act as an antimicrobial. Again, destruction of these pathogens occur. If you see these inflammatory responses, there are several inflammatory responses and several cells involved in these inflammatory responses, which is the part of our immune system. And finally, this complex system again protect our body system. If you go to this adaptive immune system, this adaptive immune system is basically the third lines of defense system, and they just they present the antigen and act by two way, humoral antibody or cell mediated antibody. By humoral antibodies, some antibodies directly involved in the and secreted from the activated beta cells, And these beta cells, they such antibodies bind to the antigens by the other factor also, and finally they try to destroy. So these two humoral cells and cell mediated immunity. My purpose is to see there. If you see, this is a very complex system, but if you see each and every stage of defense system, some of the micronutrient is required. Like first defense system, they just required vitamin A, D, E, C, B6. If you see the second line of innate immunity, and where the oxidative burst and cell protection is occur, they required vitamin C, vitamin E. The next stage, innate immune cell proliferation and differentiation. They just required vitamin A, D, C, and these are some important micronutrients. And during the antimicrobial activity, they required vitamin A, D, C, zinc, iron, copper, and selenium. And in third line of defense system, they also required the T cell proliferation and differentiation, also required some micronutrients, vitamins and minerals, and some inhibitory functions by the T cell proliferation also required vitamin D, E, C. Means if you see each and every cell, it least required some vitamins and some minerals. Means if you require to function of your immune system, this micronutrient which comes from the food component, this most of them are basically the component of functional foods or functional component is compulsory required. Without it, there is no possibility to activation of this immune system. In most of the cases, our immune cells are basically generated to the presence of protein. So protein is again important from the whole scenario or whole history of this immune system. That's why this micronutrient is very much essential for the boosting our immune system. If you see this scenario, this is actually the COVID-19 pandemic era. There are so many difficulties we facing in the trade of foods. In case of this COVID-19 pandemic crisis, our food safety is one of the important. In case of the food safety within the pandemic crisis, we are not properly maintain all the food safety aspect of the food. Our food security is again one of the important aspect which is just affected to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Sustainability of the food system in the new era is again one of the problem. And one major problem during this post-COVID era is a biotic ingredient which supported human health. If you see during this COVID-19, and they taught many new things. Specifically, most of the supermarkets and retail shops are going out of stock for our favorite food products. And packaged food is being considered as a safe since it's scientifically processed and packed. So consumers are preferring over loose and unpackaged food products. So our food products aspect either in the form of food safety, food security, and biotic component become one of the major predominant factor to just fight to the COVID-19 and also post-COVID-19 era. If you see the functional food, we come to the functional food, what are the different functional foods and how they just boost our immune system, and how this boosting our booster of immune system is protect our body against this corona like viruses. If you see, this is the actually some of the key ingredient of the food, functional food ingredient. Functional food ingredients are very much important, and most of the functional food component, either in the form of food or in the components, are responsible for the building the body defense by strengthening the immune system. And this is a very good approach. This is the important approach, a food approach. So just reinforcing our immune system are the best strategy by using this food approach. If you see this functional food, functional food is not useful for only one aspect. Functional foods are nowadays just involved in the so many of the body physiology and biochemistry and other function of body system. Like they are very much involved in the cardio health, very much involved in the digestive health, very much involved in the oral health, bone health, general well-being, energy boosting. And besides from all these functions, our functional foods are also playing a major role in immune boosting. So these functional foods in the form of either fiber-rich foods, probiotics, phytochemicals, soya food ingredient, omega-3 acids, vitamin A and minerals in any way involved in the overall health aspect of our body system. So if you see, this is the functional food. These functional foods derive from the several sources. If the comes to the naturally occurring source, these are the some animal sources which are the major source for the functional food, and these are the plant sources which is the major source for the functional food. If you come to the industrial product, there are several products in the industry like probiotics and symbiotics are put. They are available in the market, which is again a major component of this functional food. And the foods as a nutraceuticals. This is again one of the industrial products which is available in the market. So we have a very huge number of functional foods for our body health. This is the scenario of our ingredient and the utilizations. What are the utilization of vitamins, carotenoid, probiotics, mineral, protein. If you see here, some are highly utilized, and in some cases there is the probability of, and there is a scope to just develop major foods using this food ingredient. If you come to the functional foods, these functional foods have several forms. These functional foods can be utilized in the form of antioxidant, probiotic foods, symbiotic foods, isoflavones, phytochemicals, phytosterols, anthocyanin, fat reduced foods, and super reduced foods. Means the functional foods in the markets are available in different way. So different packets with different functional foods can play and can be useful to improve our the processing sector as well as our health sector. So this immune system, actually immune system is not only governed by a single factor. Almost major body governing factors just affect to the immune system. Like nutrition status play a major role to immune system. Early life events, genetics, gender, age, hormonal status, exposure to pathogens, means disease conditions, the vaccination, either person is vaccinated or not, means their vaccination history, and stress, environmental, physiological and physical stress, the condition of exercise now in the form of exercise or yoga, the conditions of smoking, alcohol consumption, and specifically from the obesity, means all are the important factor. So if you want to improve our immune system, we should require to improve all these aspects. And here actually the important aspects is that what are the different food ingredients which comes from the food source and now useful for the health benefit, and industry person are used as a food ingredient for the development of food sources. And these are the some food ingredients like ascorbic acids. These ascorbic acids come from the rose fruits and a variety of fruit sources there. If you see, this is the our majority of functional foods comes from the three major sources, either from plant food sources or animal food sources or microbial food sources. So we are going to deal only these three sources. And the first is ascorbic acid, and this is the food sources. If you see the health benefit, this ascorbic acids not only utilizing in the specific health benefit, but they have strong antioxidants. They are very much responsible for reduced risk of cataract and reduced cold symptom. If you come to this food ingredient, allicins, the garlic, onion, chips are the food sources, and they have very important health aspect like antibacterial, reduce risk of cancers and cardiovascular diseases, and thinning the blood cells. Carotene again is one of the important food ingredient comes, and there are a variety of food have this beta carotene like carrot, tomato, yellow squash. So a good food sources are available. Number of many food sources are available for the beta carotene. It's again an important antioxidant property, and also they just act against the cancers. This capsaicin, which is comes from the pepper fruits, is again a very important anti-inflammatory, which is very much related to the immune boosting. Catechin, teas and berries, these are again antioxidant. This cellulose in the form of insoluble fibers again comes from the most of the plants, whole grain, cabbage family. So nowadays, this component is in the form of insoluble fibers or probiotics are mostly preferred in the health sector, because and that's why everyone asking to take whole foods, whole fruits, whole vegetables, because most of these components come from the wholes. If you see the cyanidin, this is again comes from the grapes, raspberry and strawberry. This is again one of the antioxidant source. Coenzyme, ubiquinone is one of the important source, one of the important food component which is involved in the immune boosting. It comes from the meat and seafoods, and this is again a strong antioxidant activity. It is already established flavonoids and anthocyanins. The source is basically fruit, many plants, and red wine. They also involved in the lowering of cholesterol as well as other immune boosting and anti-carcinogenic and antioxidant activity. These are the folic acids, and these are the source. Beta glucagon, beans of oat and barley. They have again human health property of lowering blood lipids. Indoles are the very important functional foods comes from the vegetable, cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, and again it's a very strong anti-cancerous agent and antioxidant. Lecithin is again important functional foods, and they come from the soybean. They are responsible for the lowering low density lipoprotein, which is considered as a bad fats. Isothiocyanates. This comes from the cruciferous vegetables. This is one of the medicinal compounds nowadays using by some of the companies as in the form of nutraceutical and drugs. This is again anti-cancer property. Isoflavone. This is a very important. The flavonoids are phytochemicals which is found in the soybean. It makes the soybean a very medicinal quality. It's mostly a flavonoids compound, and these are the some isoflavonoid groups, tyrosine and sin. And it is already reported this isoflavonoids have used in the form of phytochemicals in majority of the drugs industry. So this is again act as an anti-osteoporosis, anti-cancer, reduce the stroke, means this is very much related to the heart disease and safety of the heart. So this again one of the important. So lignin comes from the plant, improve visions, lycopene, tomato and its products is a major source. The limonites again derived from the citrus fruits is again anti-cancerous. It's a very important, one of the important phytochemicals, resveratrol, which is comes from the grapes, skins and red wine, and they are again one of the component in the medical science field. They decrease the LDL and increase the SDL, means they are responsible for the better health of our heart and also have strong antioxidant. These are some major health aspects. So quercetin is again one of the important functional food component derived from the red grape, citrus fruits, onion and others, and they are again responsible for the lowering blood lipids, anti-inflammatory, and if anti-inflammatory directly help to the our immune system, and also act as an antioxidant. Soya protein is again one of the important functional food component, and due to these proteins, this protein is again associated with the isoflavone. That's why it have a medicinal properties, and again derived from the soybean, and its main role in the lowering the LDL. Tocopherol, everyone knows this tocopherol is one of the important functional component derived from the soybean oil, olive oil, corn oil, and these are, and they have a huge number of health benefits like anti-cancers, antioxidant, lowering blood lipids. They also protect, protect and interfere with the blood clotting. So these all are the one of their important sources of the food and as a functional food component. If you come to the animal-based sources, animal is in some cases this some of the functional foods is mainly derived from the animal source, and that required to maintain our health, like choline. Choline is basically derived from the food source, milk and meat. They possibly prevent and treat the Alzheimer's disease. Zinc, one of the important functional food component, they derive from the meat, milk, seafood, liver. These are the important food sources for the zinc, and they requires as a part of many prosthetic group of the over 80 enzymes. So most of the enzymes reactions is basically promoted by zinc, and this zinc is also just treated as a strong immune boosting functional component nowadays. The calcium component is again important. They comes from the food source, milk and meat. Is important in the bone protection. CLA is again derived from the meat and milk bone protection. DHA and EPA. This is again important functional foods component. They derive from the fish oil, and they are very much involved in the anti-inflammatory and reduce severity. That's why these components make the fish oil much more medicinal. Sphingolipids is again most membrane of animal cells, and they are again responsible for the building block component of lipid in tissue. Ubiquinone is again important functional food component, and they just a food source, mostly food source, and most of the almost all organisms are the source for this ubiquinone. And this is again the one of the important cycle electron transport cycle in our system, means they are involved in the enhancing our metabolic activity. If come to the third sector, that is the microbial sector. This sector is basically known as the probiotic sector. Most of our the microbes are very much useful and act as a probiotics, like this bifidobacterium, and these are the sources. This bifidobacterium infantis, and if you see, they have the tremendous health benefits like probiotics, disease prevention from harmful bacteria. They also produce some acetic acid, lactic acid, which reduce intestinal pH, means they are very much responsible for the maintaining our human microbiota. They restrict the production of phenols, ammonia, steroid metabolites. They are also responsible for the detoxification of some of the bacterial toxins during the infections and during their colonization at our microvilli. So these are one of the important microbial based sources for the functional foods and their health benefits. If you comes here, the microbes are very much important in during the COVID, and the most important factors comes from this microbe is the gut microbiota. Actually, this gut microbiota is one of the important factor of our body system, which is responsible for to whole maintenance of our gut. Always doctor asks if your gut is healthy, definitely you are healthy. So to prevent and to make healthy gut is very important during this COVID-19 and to maintain our overall health. If you see this, there are some microbes in live forms which is known as the probiotics. When goes to the our intestine, they are basically beneficials, and it is already estimated that 90 to 95% of these microbes are found in our gut. Means our gut is rich of these microbes, especially the colon. Our stomachs and small intestine are more especially colonized, and this is the major place where this microbiota is present. While scientists do not know what constituent the ideal gut microbes, they are agree these microbes and the gut interaction are very important to maintain or to just maintain this microbiota health. Why we do? Actually, there are two types of these microbes work in our body by two way. In one in inside the gut, other in outside the gut. In inside the guts, they just harvest energy from the foods, improve gut motility and function, reinforce the gut barrier for the some toxic microbes, and protect against pathogen. And they also produce some metabolites that are very much important for the gut health and our health. And they also synthesize some vitamins and hormones, and these are just enhanced to the our immune system. How this probiotics outside the gut, it is already known that some immune system influence like brain, liver, kidney, skin, and vaginal tract. These are basically affected to the presence of this microbiota, and this also affect the circulating blood lipids, and they also secrete some and also secrete as well as modulate the production of hormones outside the gut. So it's very important to keep, if you want to keep healthy, so you must be required to maintain your gut. So how can we maintain our gut? Take antibiotics and other microbiome influencing drugs when we need it. Consume probiotics and prebiotics. Eat a diverse range of food, specifically fibers and fermented food with live microbes. Maintain healthy weights and exercise, and different life stage may require different approaches. So different approaches can be applied. So if you come to the function of this human microbiome, basically how this human microbiome involved in the immune system. Basically this human microbiome in the form of probiotics, they involve in the proper maturation and maintenance of immune tissue, control and maintain the immune homeostasis, produce immune molecules such as butyric acid, antimicrobial peptides, key signaling molecules, and natural antibiotics. They also involve in to prevent the growth of disease causing pathogenic bacteria. So these probiotics play a major role in our immune boosting, either in the form of production or in the form of their modulation. So these probiotics bacteria, if you probiotic bacteria, these are the way they colonize the products of metabolism. Lactic acid, they produce some naturally antibiotic protein, use some nutrients and enhance host immune response. And the purpose of all this function is to just destroy the pathogenic bacteria. So these probiotic bacteria not only secreting the useful molecule, they are against responsible for they just act to prevent the some pathogenic bacteria as well as some other microorganisms to and destroy them and protect our body. So there are several ways this microbiotes in probiotics involved. Basically, they just colonized after colonization. They just I am just basically talking to the immune system. They just enhance the antibody response and decrease the level of inflammations by stimulating some phagocytosis. This is the actual mechanism how this probiotics inside our body micro in the form of microbiota are in our gut just involved in our immune system. So if you see, these are the some important plant-based probiotic foods and prebiotic foods. Actually, there is two important confusion most of the students level. What are the probiotics and what are the prebiotics? Actually, probiotics are good bacteria living in our gut. Means all the living microbial group is inside. It is just categorized in the probiotics, and probiotics are basically food Means the food factor which is responsible for the growth of these probiotics or microorganisms are the prebiotics. Means if you any factor or food factor who enhance the growth is prebiotic, and microbes are useful microbes in living our guts are probiotics. So pro means living organism and pre means the food factor. So actually why we are discussing, because nowadays vaccine is not available, and we don't have how much time required for the final testing of this vaccine, and the proper clinical process is not established. So only one factor which we can control is the food factor, and it is already established that this food is not only for source of the nutrient, they are also as a source of the nutraceutical. So food can be used as medicine. Means finally we, if we can convert our food in health food or in the form of medicine foods, so it will be very much useful to protect our body system or boost our immune system. If you see, there is a slightly difference in the functional food and medicines. If you come to the mode of action, the functional foods act by modulations of a physiological process within the normal range. That's why it's called therapeutic. In case of medicine, the modulations of physiological process, any disease outside the normal ranges. Purpose, the purpose of functional food to enhance normal function in order to optimize health, well-being, and performance to reduce risk factor for disease. Means if you take continuous this functional food, the chances of the disease will be reduced. But in case of medicine, this is actually to treat or prevent disease and to enhance performance behind the normal range, because here our cells is already abnormal and the most of the molecules already affected. So a higher dose it's required. Functional foods basically we take in the form of food, and most of it consumed in the form of normal diets. But in case of medicines, we are taking in the form of pills, tablets, capsules, syrup, and basically prescribed by the doctor in different doses. So this is the one of the important differences in functional food and medicine. If you see in perspective of COVID-19 pandemic, these all are reported. We have already reported references to add this food component in boosting of immune system. So if you see, we have a huge source in our farm, in our market, in our country, which is very much useful to the boosting our immune system. Definitely, we boost our immune system, we can just able to protect our body against corona-like diseases. So if you see, these are the some already established food sources which is reported for the involvement in the immune system, like probiotics. It is already established that these probiotics modulate the immune system by elevate the intestinal inflammations, normalize gut mucosal dysfunction, and down regulating hypersensitivity reaction means allergic and inflammation reactions. If you see the micronutrient, selenium is everyone in this COVID-19, everyone, although doctors is also preferring to taking this selenium, because the immunostimulant role of selenium is already established. This selenium affect our as an immunostimulant, enhance proliferation of activated T cells, and these T cells are very much necessary for the immune system, and also improve the natural killer cell activity. So this micronutrient for the COVID-19 is very important. Some of the vitamin like A, C, E, it is established that they are very much responsible to prevent damage of the immune cells. So repairing of immune system, production of immune system, proliferation of immune system, and modulation of immune response is very much responsible. So vitamin A, E is just act by this way. It just neutralize reactive oxygen species as act as antioxidant, improve immune function, and increase resistance to infection, anti-inflammations, and involve in immune response on delayed type hypersensitivity skin test, antibody production, lymphocyte proliferation, and pulmonary function, especially for the vitamin C. These vitamins modulate host immune function and differentiate some immature T cells to the thymus cells like vitamin E. So this can be very much established. If you saw, these are the sources of disease. This component like probiotic, we have a humanal sources of probiotic like selenium. These are the major sources of selenium. Like vitamin A, these are the numerous fruit and vegetables are the very rich source of selenium. Like vitamin C and vitamin E. Means our natural sources, our in farms, our in market, our industry, either in the form of food, either in the form of tablets, or in some Ayurvedic medicine. These all sources are available, and which are very much responsible for the immune boosting. Some of them are also like flavonoids. it is already established that some flavonoids modulate the immune system by just act as antioxidant and anti-inflammations. Carotenoids regulate the immune system, act as antioxidant involved in the gene regulation and apoptosis. Most of the herbs is also established that stimulate immune response. Means everywhere our immune system is strongly affected to this component. These are the some sources of flavonoids, and these are the food sources where these flavonoids in the different farms are available in our farm section in our markets. And these are the some source of the carotenoids. So if you see in whole, everything's in the form of food or in the form of functional component available in our surrounding. Only need to specifically how we just take, how we process, and how to formulate this compound in the form of useful
Hello.
health, food, and disease. Hello. So, if you see, these are the some other direct foods, natural immune boosting foods which are available in the market, and these are directly affect to the immune system, like apple as an anti-inflammatory section, blackberry. Please unmute or please unmute or mic. And so these are the different sources like blackberry, fruit and vegetable. Everywhere this immune boosting properties established like coca, cranberry, grapes, pomegranate, raspberry. These are the our hello.
Overshooting.
It's very disturbing. It is request to please unmute your mic. So these are the again one of the vegetable and sources like carrot. Carrot is again very useful in COVID-19. Mango is a strong antioxidant. Sweet potato, which is again established the antioxidant, anti-aging, anti-proliferative, and mutagenic. Tomato, antioxidant and immunomodulative. Means fruit and vegetable. If you see, these are all are a very common fruit and vegetable which is available in our surrounding, and they are very much important to protect our body system or boost our immune system. And this is not only the theoretical, but this is already established their role in the immune boosting. So if you see in if you see nowadays some foods are behave like the superfoods. If you see these food products like carrots, sweets, coconut, and all are really very important in our boosting system. If you see this group, all the groups members of these fruit and vegetables are mostly nowadays categorized in the medical properties. They have strong anti-inflammatory and antioxidant, and they are directly used to the repair tissue, skin, health, and coat. This coconut oil, ecornia, they are again antifungal, antimicrobial, antibacterial, and involved in the improve our health. Sugar beets, fish oil, goat milk. Means if you see all the food component, all the food which is available here are a very strong medical property. If you directly are in the form of functional food or in the form of functional component, if any person is consuming, definitely it's responsible for the better health as well as better immune system. So if you overall this thing, these are the one of the importance uh, and measures micronutrient and macronutrient which is directly established for the COVID-19 like protein. This protein is essential micronutrient for the creation of antibodies because immune system cells require antibodies and antibody production. Antibodies again a protein. So these proteins with most of the essential amino acids are definitely required for the immune system boosting. Vitamin A, which already discussed. Zinc, again important component. Vitamin D, vitamin C, and vitamin E. If you see the history of vitamin D, and in most of the cases, in some newspaper is also reported that in case of Italy, the most of the people who were infected with the coronavirus are deficiency of vitamin D. That's why doctors and every medical professional and Ayush department is preferably asked to use much vitamin D sources because these all are the very much important micronutrient which directly affect our boosting our immune system. So these are the some actually these are the some food component which develop in our centers, and these food component are the rich of some mentioned component which we discussed. So in last component, actually this functional food component, and there are, if you see the Indian market, the category, there are major category of functional food is there. One of the important category, better for you, food intolerance, fortified functional food, naturally healthy, and organic foods. In case of this better for use, there are huge amount of products available in the market. Means our Indian market is having a huge amount of this functional food products in the different farms. These are the some players in the markets in different names. Better for you, food intolerance. These are the some companies are available in the market. Fortified and directly functional foods, some Cadbury, Bonvita, GK, Horlicks. These markets players are there. Some naturally healthy category, some Lipton tea, green tea, Borleth. Means we have a high opportunity if we wish to maintain our immune system. Our market is full of functional foods. So these are the some major functional food segment in the market, like functional, multinational functional food, where some of the important food companies are predominant, like Nestle, Danone, Unilever, and these are their functional food products. In main players in the others, dairy and pharmaceuticals, these are the predominant food company like M&M and Betsy. So if you see everywhere in every sector, retail company, functional food, small and medium sized company, the food companies are available in the market. So in our previous lecture, our speakers already defined that there is no chances to the decrease of market of processing foods and the job opportunities. If you see, there are great job opportunities in the food processing sector. So there is no need to worry. Only to proper management and proper policy is required. These are again some functional food in the Indian market. If you see, our Indian market is again full of functional food. The food company like Amul is mostly predominating dairy, and these are the some their food product, like they just developing energy foods, yogurt and drinks, health drinks in the different names. Nestle is again one of the important food companies. They also involved in dairy and foods with the different foods. PepsiCo is again one of the core food companies involved in the food sector. Britannia is again one of the important food company. They just involved in the dairy food with a huge amount of the products. So if you see Dabur, Perfecti, Yakult, Enon, Godrej, Patanjali, although these are not, this is the limited actually. Instead of these, there are again huge companies like Vikaner are already asking. There are huge companies which they are developing products and just adding some functional component. And this functional component is again useful to the convert this their product in normal to the healthy product. So option is very high, and if option is very high, then the probability of marketing as well as the business is again very high. Some of the common functional food brand, Ayurvedic food brand, which people are asking have some immune boosting, like Happy Dent is again the functional food component. Chwenpras, Hajmola, Silajit, these are the some functional food component. Some are involved in the strengthening of immunity, like Chwenpras. So not only Dabur, but so many other companies also available in the market. They are just using Chwenpras because this Chwenpras component, if you see, they have a very strong antioxidant. Their component, especially giloy and other 40 natural ingredients, make it more to the immune system. So we come to the this slides. Means there is a three things. One is the disease, other is immune system, and one is the our immune boosting food. Our immune boosting food is just sit in middle of the these two. If you see, this is the umbrella, and all this component of umbrella is very much responsible for the immune system, like skin, mucosal immunity, lysozyme, phagocytosis, immunoglobulin in the form of antibodies, cell-mediated immunity, complement, interferon. If this system is proper, our body is proper, our immune system is proper, and we can protect ourselves from the disease or infection or pathogens like virus. But when this system is not proper, we are not able to protect our body system to just fight against such type virus. And there are several reports already reported. If the person suffering from the malnutrition or the if persons do not taking proper micronutrient and other component which is responsible for the immunity is just suffer immune deficiency. Means the malnutrition, immune deficiency. In other sense, if we have a good nutrition, if we have a healthy nutrition, if we have a functional food nutrition, our immune system is strong, and our umbrella is just able to protect ourselves from the infection. So finally, come to the conclusions. If you see, the India is one of the largest food producers in the world and offer vast opportunities to the functional food company. And this priority sector significantly support from the government. So it is a very attractive sector for invest in post, not only this period, in also in the post COVID-19 periods. So functional food sector has a huge potential to come back and also support the economy of our country. Thus, with proper planning and policy intervention, India can become kitchen of the world after post COVID-19, and the food processing sector can grow with over 25% annual growth in the next 2 years. Finally, and just we will definitely bring our slogan in the form of this food industry and processing industry in food, that Baujan Sukha, Baujan Hita. Our food industry is well, our food is well, everyone will be healthy. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any question and query? Welcome to everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Is it audible to you?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very informative talk on molecular nature of COVID-19 and functional food. And we hope that the participant will boost their immunity to fight coronavirus, as you explained in your slides, sir.
Okay, definitely, ma'am. This is the aim of my presentation.
Yes, sir, of course. So now the participant can ask the question by unmute self.
Hello.
Hello, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, as you explained about vitamin A, C, and E and probiotics in detail, so I want to know
Hello, you are not audible.
vitamin D. What is the mechanism of vitamin D?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Actually, vitamin D mostly used as a modulator. It is mostly involved in the modulations of proliferation reactions, where immune systems form. Means these act as a cofactor most of the cases. And if you see, only the immune cells are responsible for response against this virus or any pathogen. If our immune systems is proliferate, mature properly, then their numbers will be increased, and we will able to just bind on the surface of antigens, and finally to just destroy our cells. Means the most of the biochemical and proliferation steps, this vitamin D is required for the coenzymes.
Sir, as I read about vitamin D, there are two proteins, cathelicidin and defensin, immune protein.
Yeah.
So I want to know about mechanism of these proteins.
Actually, these two proteins again involved in the proliferations. Okay, and maturation and proliferations of these antibodies and other complement cells. Some convertase is required. So these proteins act like some C3 convertase. Actually, this is the very big story. You just take my mobile number, and I will discuss detail, because this is the one people goes to the antigen and complement system. Okay, this is the some complex role is there.
And sir, will you share your slides with us? Because I found it very informative.
I will share to the Prasad sir, and you can collect from there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Manoj, so it's a wonderful, elaborative, and educative talk. And starting from the viral structure, you have explained about the different components of the virus and their organization. Thereafter, you moved on to the immune system, and what are different wings of the immune system, innate immunity, acquired immunity, and at each and every step of the immunity development, what are the micronutrients that play a pivotal role that you have mentioned also. Then you have moved on to the ingredients, active ingredients, bioactive compounds of plant origin, fruits, and thereafter you went on to the microbiome.
Yeah, it's very good. Not by war. Without conspiracy create.
You went on to the microbiome, and then the probiotics, different probiotics, and later on you have explained in detail the function of each and every micronutrient, vitamins and minerals also, particularly the role of selenium and everything. Indeed, it's a complete structure. This is one kind of lecture our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sangeeta Shukla, wanted in this webinar. One on the functional foods and their role in boosting the immune system. And it's a wonderful talk, in fact, very educative to many of us, those who are not acquainted with the relationship between the role of nutrients and how do they help in development of the defense system. And there is one question from one of the participants, why this COVID-19 virus fails to improve activate the acquired immunity? That is one question from one of the participants.
Sir, actually, although it is not clear, because like AIDS virus, the variations in their morphology is very high. And when the variations in their morphology definitely affect the structure, spike structure, and other SM and other protein structures. So that's why it is very difficult to just produce antibodies and vaccine against, if the structure is constant, we can just make the antibodies against the particular antigen, and that is the one of the reasons, sir, which is already the scientists declare. But actually, the reasons of the biochemistry behind this, why we are not able immediate to produce this vaccines. Although, if you suppose, sir, if S-like structure outside is there, we can just make the antibodies against S. But when the S structure destroyed, it becomes C-like structure. So it is very difficult to just make the and recognize this structure. That's why, due to their structural and biochemical morphology changes, and like AIDS virus, it becomes the difficulty, sir.
Yeah, right. I agree with you. Definitely, of course, it may be activating the acquired immune system, particularly the cytotoxic T cells. But otherwise, because if you see the death rate, it is only about 3 to 4% of the infected population.
Yeah, yes.
The remaining positive cases are getting recovered. So that is mainly because of the role played by the one's own immune system, not the medicines. Because in allopathy we have no medicines. And the only thing is that our Indian systems of medicine, Ayurveda, of course, they have these, as you mentioned, some of the herbal ingredients. So they have the ability to boost the immune system also.
Surely, sir.
Yeah. So that way, acquired immune system must be playing a very important role. And acquired immune system must have been developed also against the virus. And that is how majority of the infected people are getting normalized back.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. I think because of shortage of time, I think we'll move on to the next speaker. And my sincere thanks and my best compliments to you. Wonderful talk indeed it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, thank you, you and your amazing team, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a thoroughly learning experience to all of us.
Thank you.
So now moving to webinar, our next speaker is Mr. Nagin Prakash Bhargav. It's a great honor to each one of us to have such a great personality. Sir has a proprietor of Jumbo International, which is a top supplier of snack food, cheese, corn nuggets in India. Industry has utilized his experience in the manufacturing and processing of fruit and vegetable products The production of five-fold mango concentrate has earned him world fame. His achievements include improvised pineapple cultivation in Kerala state. He developed process for canning sugarcane juice as an isotonic drink for instant energy for export to United Kingdom. He developed recipe processes and drafted specification for use of the Indian canning industry to manufacture several ready-to-eat canned curried vegetable for the armed forces. He also brought in production a unit lying closed for 9 years in Alwar, Rajasthan for meat production for armed forces. He developed palm date concentrate and breads spread for a unit in Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. He received various prestigious awards like Special Recognition Award presented by President of India.
You're on mute, I think. You're not audible.
Sir, Sir, is it audible to you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You can share your slide.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Please continue, sir.
Madam Professor Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Jivaji University, and dear participants, good afternoon to you. My predecessor, Dr. Tripathi, Is it better now?
Yes, sir. Please. You are audible now.
for the last sentence, I, I take the liberty of re-speaking that my predecessor, Dr. Tripathi, has made my task much easier by giving you the technical details of the food products which can provide immunity. Even at the cost of repetition, I would like to say that there are two types of immunity. One is innate and other one is adaptive or acquired. One of the participants has raised this question to the learned speaker about the acquired immunity. The external threat is processed and recognized by the body, and then the immune system creates antibodies designed against the threat. And that acquired immunity comes from the food that we eat. Your organization has asked me to speak on the food as immunity booster. Hence, I shall try to keep myself within that orbit. I would not like to talk of so many items. I would like to say that still 70% population of our country is at the marginal under income bracket. I would not like to use the below poverty line. I would like to say marginally. Hence, talking of Apple and big things, I would like to restrain myself to the common man's food, which has to bring immunity. And for that, first of all, I would like to bring to your attention, to all of you, that first product I have experienced is the garlic. Garlic is a powerful antiviral. It can be eaten raw, mashed, or can be added to food. It's a fantastic way to boost your immune system. And it is a product which everyone can afford to buy and eat. Second product I would recommend is ginger. Specific compounds in ginger, such as ginger oils and ginger 1, have been found to inhibit viral replication and prevent viruses from entering host cells. It can be again eaten raw, mashed, taken along with honey or its juice. Third most important thing is the vitamin C rich fruits, such as amla. Amla can be taken in any form. Second thing, green chilies, provided you have the variety which is not very pungent. People know very little about the green chilies, but green chili is a very, very important and a very big booster to immunity. In Rajasthan, in summers, people traveling on the camel back in the desert live on the chili because it avoids the thirst, number one, and it improves their immunity to save them from the heat stroke. Lemon. The most common thing is lime juice, lemon juice. Cut a piece of lemon, chew it if you can, along with the skin, and see the outcome and see how your immunity is developed. Coming to minerals like zinc, as my learned predecessor explained to you, it is equally important, and they can be found in the poor pumpkin seed. I'm not talking of the cashew nuts, I'm not talking of almonds, I'm not talking of pistachios. I'm talking of a product which is easily available to the poorest of the poor, the pumpkin seeds. And the biggest thing to improve your guts is the yogurt. Forget about politic or other. You can have beetroot kanji, make it fermented. You can have rye, black carrots, and you can make the kalonji. Now I would like to know from the speakers, from the learned participants, have they heard the name of moringa? Please come and tell me how many people in the participation field know the name moringa leaves.
Sir, yes, we know the Moringa oleifera.
Very good. Have you seen the plant of moringa oleifera?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Now, you would be surprised to know that the moringa leaves, if you dry those moringa leaves, it is the richest source. I'll give you some data that has been made available to me by the nutrition people, that 10 gram of moringa oleifera leaves powder will give you 18.9% NRV of vitamin A, 16.9% NRV of vitamin E, and 158.7% NRV of vitamin K. It has got 32.2% iron. It has got 24.7% calcium. It has got 24% fiber. And all over, it has got plant protein 25%, which is in no other fruit available. And moringa leaves can be taken in many, many forms depending on what sort of dishes you make out of them. One most important thing I forgot to mention, turmeric. Turmeric is one of the spices which has the highest immunity. To the food processing industry, I would suggest if they could add in their fruit juices a right quantity and right mixture of turmeric acid and remove the white sugar White sugar is the biggest enemy in our blood. White cells are killed by the white sugar. Hence, use of jaggery or use of shakkar is much better. If you can afford, have the honey. I would not like to take much time. I would like to leave the house open for questions and answers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We consider it a great privilege to listen to you today, sir. And we are very sorry for little delay in your talk.
It's all right. It's all right. Take it easy, because you can't stop a speaker. You have to only tell him that, look, we have a system that we give a time to the speaker for 20 minutes. And at the 20th minute, we send him a small note, KISS, KISS. Keep it short, stupid.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. We will follow whatever you are telling. We will follow this.
Any questions? I'll be happy to
Yes,
answer.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. There are questions. There are some questions from the participant side.
Please, please. We should have a talkative session.
Yeah, sir. The question is. Does higher amount of caffeine intake impact absorption of calcium or vitamin D? And what is its effect on immunity because of higher caffeine intake?
I have not talked about caffeine at all. Have I? You are asking a wrong question from a wrong person. To tell your participants one very important thing. First of all,
Yes, sir.
get your blood examined for IgG. It's one of the factors in blood which any laboratory can examine, IgG. And then whatever little foods I have told you, you eat them for 7 days and you again get your blood examined and check the IgG and see how much improvement it has come in your immune system. Proof, scientific proof, by saying that we have no data. Yes, you are your own fighter. We are talking of the police and we are talking of doctors. They are outside fighters. We have a fighter within inside, our white cell, our immunity. That's our fighter.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I am Prasad from Jivaji University. Sir, my apologies for little delay in starting your talk. And sir, I have two questions.
No problem. No problem. Please. You are all very respected professors and teachers. And please, I'm really feeling very happy that you gave me an opportunity. But my predecessor has made my task so easy and so helpful that I decided to talk very little on the poor man's food. So I'm thankful to you all. Please give me my best wishes to the success of your webinar.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question, sir. You have suggested the turmeric intake. One problem with the turmeric is that low solubility. So, is there any means by one can increase the solubility of the turmeric when we take it with other things?
उनका voice नहीं है. Sir, please unmute yourself. Your voice is not coming.
Repeat. Please come
Yes,
with your
sir.
question.
Shall I repeat the question?
Yes.
You advocated intake of turmeric and as you suggested, Amul has brought into the market one curcumin containing dairy product. Yesterday, Dr. K.K. Singh mentioned about it. But my query here in this regard.
Can you tell me why? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ankit Agarwal, I suggest that you send me the question because it's not audible to me and I'll reply it.
Thank you so much, sir. I think here are some technical issue. Okay. So, okay, it's okay, everything here. So now, the moving our webinar. It's a rare opportunity that we get to listen such an experienced and eminent speaker. On the behalf of Jivaji University, I would like to thank all the speaker of this session, Dr. Manoj Kumar Tripathi, Principal Scientist of ICAR Bhopal, Mr. Rajesh Gupta, the General Manager, Bikaner Wala Food Private Limited, New Delhi, Dr. Nagendra Prakash Bhargav, Proprietor of Jumbo International. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and accepting our invitation. Now the session have break for 1 hour. We will
Thank you, madam,
for half an hour. We will continue it again in the afternoon session at 2 o'clock with 2 eminent speakers in the same link. So please be with us. Thank you so much.
Hello, madam. Hello. 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 Sir, please, sir. I am there, sir. Namaskar, sir. Please, sir. I am there ready. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Namaskar, sir. Please, sir. Please. Thanks. Good afternoon, madam.
Is it audible to all?
Yeah, madam. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. My voice is okay?
Yes, sir. It's so
Thank
it's
you.
good,
Thank
sir.
you, madam.
Okay. So very good afternoon, all. On the behalf of Jivaji University, I welcome you again in the afternoon session of second day of webinar on COVID-19 challenge on food processing industry, remedial measures and issue involved. In this session, we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Natarajan Gopalan. He is Senior Scientist, DFRL, DRDO, Defense Food Research Laboratory. Sir, I came to know that you have appointed as professor in Tamil Nadu Central University. So,
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm congratulating to you on the behalf of Jivaji University, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Sir, it's an immense pleasure, sir, us to introduce you in this platform. Sir has earned his post-graduation from Pondicherry University, PhD from our Jivaji University, and postdoctoral fellow from USA. His research experience and field of specialization are cancer biology entomology, biotechnology, herbal plant products. And her research experience have more than 34 years. At DFRL, Sir worked relevant research and development of food products and technologies to provide food security and safety to the armed forces by delivering solutions for evolving field feeding challenges. He also worked on edible, environmentally degradable cutlery, storage paste management using phytochemicals, essential oil on growth, and zero-lean production by fusarium, germinarium, maize, grains, value addition of food products. He is a guest editor of Defense Life Science Journal and DRDO Technology Focus. His major awards include Best All-Rounder Scientist of the Year Award 2016, Laboratory Scientist of the Year Award 2018, DRDO Technology Group Award 2018, DRDO Spin-off Technology Award 2018, and National Science Day Oration Award for again the 2018. National Technology Day Oration Award for 2019. So the list is so.
Yeah, thank you very much, madam. Elaborate.
Yes, sir. Sir is also the member of different professional organization, Task Force DRDO Committee for Cyborg Program. He has credited more than 87 papers. So it's a great pleasure as you
Thank
are
you, madam. Thank you.
here.
It's a
Yes,
detailed one, and
yeah.
thank
So
you
now
very much.
I'm requesting you to begin your talk, sir.
Yeah, please, madam. Just anyway, already the morning speakers, they gave the detailed talk about all the things. But once again, then namaskar to all, and thank you very much, Professor GBKS Prashad only invited me with you, and I am so happy that I am the PhD student, former PhD student of Jivaji University. It's not only me and my students also, they have registered and then got PhD from Jivaji University. I am so happy. I was there at DRD Gwalior almost 30 years, just one wall beyond Jivaji University. We used to come oftenly for all the things, each and everything. We do come to Jivaji University. Without Jivaji University, it was not possible to complete some of the research part at DRD Gwalior. And the same way, both we, vice versa, we used to get collaboration with you all, madam. Thank you very much. Actually, this wonderful, during this period, really, the situation is very bad. Even though you could do all the things, webinar, seminar, past 2 days, and then I was told earlier also, you people have conducted some of the seminar. It may be useful to all the students as well as the entrepreneurship. Anyway, I'll not go much detail about all the things, because since people have talked about since morning, and then yesterday also I told about detail about how the disease is being transmitted, and then still we have the $1 million question, the mechanism. We don't know the disease spread, how it is, as well as the etiology of the disease. Still, it is a big question mark. I will be dealing about since I am at DFRL Mysore, so talk about few slides about DRDO, DFRL, and then deal about the food production status, COVID status, segments of food processing industry in India, importance of some of the phytochemicals, since I'm entomologist, some other thing evaluated, and the insect management, vector-borne disease, as well as the storage pest management, the value addition of food material, and some of the DFRL food technology which we developed. We have been working on this area. The next slide, the DRDO has 53 laboratory. One of the lab is Defense Food Research Laboratory. We do take care of the soldiers part. The food is very important because soldiers are posted in different terrain-based, temperature-based, and the nutrition value which is required according to their combinations. We do make the food material. And the main part is the food storage stability, and the nutrition loss should not be there when we make the food processing. So these are all the importance area which we do take care of it. And DFRL, the brief history about DFRL, one of the defense laboratory, it was initially started at Delhi. It's almost 60 years old laboratory. The main scope of the laboratory is understand about research and development of food science, operational requirements, armed forces, supplies. And then, past 56 years, we have been, taking care of the soldiers and turn what the soldiers wanted, because soldiers are from the different northeast, southwest. So we have to give the food material according to their taste and everything. And mainly the meal ready to eat, because some of the area which may not be having the to heat the food material, because Indians, we do like mostly the food material, the fresh prepared food material, but which is not possible for the different areas and the different zones. Mainly we do deal with the nutritious, long shelf life and convenient food products for the Indian food to the Army, Navy, Air Force. And we have the lab, different lab, the basic applied research, process food optimization, rations for armed forces, quality nutrition. That's an important part. And some of the field trials which we do it what they want it. We have the different departments like food engineering. That's foremost how the packaging, which has to be the important area. And mainly the grain science technology, fruit and vegetable technology, freeze dried, food preservation, food microbiology. These are all some of the area which we do take care of it. All the things. These are all the important departments when you process the food material, and also the early stage of the raw material when we get it. This some of the indigenous state-of-art technologies. We have the mainly retard processing, food freeze drying food, and the cold shock dehydration, combination processing, high pressure processing, huddle technology, pulse field food processing technology. And we have almost large number of publication, patents, and then product. We have developed almost 300 products, and then transferred different technologies. Now, food is one material which is not only for the Army, Navy, Air Force soldiers, which will be useful. Whatever the spin-off technology we do, give it to different companies. So this impact, it's not only for the processing of food material. Wherever the natural calamity which take place, we were the first people to give the food material when any of the such type of natural calamities. And anyway, the social impact for the things, the first to respond wherever the earthquake or the natural calamities, we used to be there. And then development trend is not only for the processing of the food technology. When we give the technology to different companies, and we handhold till last, which they come out with the food material what the Army wants. And these are all some of the major technologies like retard post technology, self-heating. These are all the things which shows most of the food technologies which may know about all the technologies. So what is the COVID status? Because I elaborate lecture since morning, I also hear when we see the India, probably some of the slide which I showed Russia rather than India. So almost the fourth position which we reached, still the mortality is less compared to cases compared to other countries. We may be having, some of the improving immunity paramount importance, wherein the immunity is the main part. That's what the cases, even the cases are more, the mortality which is less. And which shows clearly that the age, young people, the cases are more, and we see the mortality fatality case which is less. So which shows that some sort of immunity which we develop during the infection, because we are exposed to major agents like bacteria. And when they compare Italy and other places, the immunity is very less, because the water media, air, everything is clean. So, but India, we do have some sort of immunity. That's why the fatality rate is very lower compared to other countries. So, what is a food production life cycle? So, India, which we do stand, largest milk producing country, largest pulse producing. You see, entire thing we do stand on the either, up to fifth rank. But still, the post-harvest management. Morning, Professor Jivika Prasad was asking about the post-harvest management, which is lacking, even though the production is very good, but we don't post-harvest management, which is very weak. So when we see it during the COVID situation, also major loss which took place because we don't have much strengthen the security, minimizing the losses. Those are one of the major importance. But because of the post-harvest system encompasses mainly the technical activities, the harvesting, field drying, crashing, cleaning, and storage, processing. Because the moisture is a major culprit. If you can remove some of the moisture, probably we can last maybe the fungal infestation which may not be there, the insect infestation which may not be there, other things. So you see recently, almost 65 lakhs of tons grains which we lost past few months. Whether we are not able to store it properly, harvest properly, the gaps to be filled, mainly the seasonal harvesting, lack of cold storage facility, transportation, are the global challenges which is not only in India, the world over, which they faced everyone. Mainly the life cycle assessment, life cycle costing, which are important. There is a food production, consumption, the need of the our one has to manage it. Then what is the nutrition immunity? Mainly which we see it, what we have to eat. This is a positive one thing, the mainly which we can eat the fresh vegetables, which may improve upon the immunity. Same way, what are already everything which we have been, what we eat monthly, weekly, or optional daily. So daily, which we have it, some of the immunity which will withstand whenever we have the infestation, all the things. So the immunity boosting food mainly, which has been considered during this period, it was mainly the vegetable, the juices, freshly prepared, all the things, so that nutrition value is intact compared to processed food material. So it is a common phyto or the fresh things, mainly the ginger, the garlic, some of the fruits, tulsi based, all the things. When we use it, the immunity which may boost, but which has been shown some of the research part. Not much COVID work which they have showed the publication, mainly the other influenza, other virus infection, which shows clearly some of the recovery is very fast. So one of the report which I saw recently from Tamil Nadu, some of the patients which mainly taken care of in the Ayurveda hospital compared to normal hospital, the recovery was, the time period was less. Maybe the other hospitals which were the 14 days or 15 days, the Ayurveda hospital may reduce some few days. That's what, but really the immune system, how it is developed, all the things in the measuring of antibodies and the other immune system, which they have not done it, only the time period which they have seen clearly some sort of recovery, fast recovery, which was there. So mainly the naturally occurring immunity boosters, if you see some of the plants which are mainly is useful for immunity, the same way like mushroom, algae, microbes, also some of the lactobacillus species, spirulina species, which were very useful to during the infection, maybe the overcome of the infection. So the healthy eating supports immune system, when we say the mainly the protein, vitamins, mainly the A, C, E, and some of the micro nutrients. Morning they were talking about detail about all the things, mainly the B6, B12, copper, folate, selenium, and iron. Maybe the useful to immune boosting when we have the infection. So see the healthy eating support, mainly the vitamin A, what is the recommended doses, what are the upper limit, and mainly the food sources, what are all the sources which are all mainly, which has been enlisted here, mainly the folic acid, vitamin A, all which are all important during the COVID infection they had taken care of. That's why the recovery is fast. The same way like zinc, selenium, copper, iron. So what are the recommended doses? What one has to have? What is upper limit? Maybe if you take more also, there are chances are there, except the vitamin C detained in the internal organs may cause something, but still it is not clear cut during the infection of COVID infection. Some of the research areas in phytochemicals immunity, which which are showed. These are all the medicinal plants which enlisted here, mainly the Itex species, and all the things which, what are all the active compound which are on there already, so many times which has been talked about all the thing, mainly the relevant pharmacological property, the immunomodulatory, anti-inflammatory effect on the things. This is the one area where some of the drugs which they have tried for the COVID patients, they got some success for the fast recovery. The same way other drugs also, still the pathways which have been seen in, not clear cut pathways which have been seen on COVID infection. So this is one of the things which postmortem report, initially they were not doing some of the postmortem reports, they were not allowed to touch anything, but it shows a few patients, only one paper I could get a recent paper, where it shows clearly the initial period, whatever the early infection, if you can be able to do the immune boosting, which may not go for severe stage, still chances are that when the vitamin D3, if you give some of the thing, so the chances are recovery fast, not reaching to severe, but it shows clear the prescribing vitamin B3 has been come for some of the boosters, but mainly available in the lattice, penis, corn, and these are all the things which they tried probably the Ayurvedic hospitals. The major steps for potential inhibition targets which are viral life cycle, what are the targets where we can try for some of the drugs and other things, mainly the target maybe the entry point inhibitors, target assembly edges over there, and the targets for the replication where we can stop it something when you enter into the genetic replication, mainly the immuno compromise or the immune boosters which will try it. Mainly these are all the area where we show the positive results. One of the things which some few papers which I got it, these are all the one of the papers which are tried really with plant products, and it's checked about different cell lines. This is one of the cell lines, NL63, where it shows that clearly that virus multiplication which is stopped, which is showed in other cell signaling pathways, different stages. So the other agent, one of the curcumin or coumarin also, which they tried, the mechanism which is found to be the same. Mainly these are all the virus agents which we tried, mainly this one, HIV, HBV, influenza. There is inhibition during the entry point. And also the same way on the budding also, when the parasite, when the virus comes out, there also we can blockage by using curcumin, so that the multiplication there will not be there much. Other inhibitory area, mainly the sensitive pathways, some of the inflammatory pathways, and other viral genome replication, transcription pathways. These are all the area which we can try. Mainly the curcumin has been going to be inhibit pathways in the older influenza virus cases, and then which is research is going on. They are not tried really with the COVID-19 cases, but this is one of the mechanism which is shown by some other papers. So when we screen some of the compounds, mainly screening of phytochemicals ingredients based on their bioactive properties, which stands first is antioxidants, mainly the clove, and these are all the agents, and mainly the bioactive components, which are all the mainly eugenol and the genistein. These are all the things which is being used. Some of the publication which is being shown here. The same way, second one is anti-inflammatory. Also, that's an important part when it is not taking place inflammation, so that the immune system will be the fast one. So they are tried with the different combinations and bioactive compounds people have tried and then which were published over there. Some of the references are showed here. The third one is immunostimulation. That's a very which is important part where what all the compounds in each plants which are all there, mainly the compounds which has been separated and the property which is screened, mainly the secretin, some other compounds, gamma, interferon, and this shows that clearly these are all the immunomodulatory, so that the immune system boost which was there fast, the patient's recovery also going to be fast. So some herbal plants screened during the this one scores. So when we say that the compound which curcumin stands for the score 1, the other compounds also some other compounds which are all 0.7 and other things. So in this way, generally which is being scored, which is the best compound, can be taken from the one and then remaining from the other phytochemicals. So the importance of it's not only for the plant products, some of the probiotics. Morning, Tiwari ji and other people give detailed talk. This is a very, very important part of what is the internal flora which takes care of the infection as well as the immune boosting. So it is clearly showed one of the paper wherein the inflammatory cycle, almost if you see the gut microbiota, which takes care of all the things, immune boosting. The use of probiotic immune system, mainly some of the pathways which are blocked clearly, so that the immune system can develop in a fast way. So what we have been doing it on the role of DFRL nutrition, mainly the post-harvest management, value of the food material. When we store the raw material, not for long times, when the processed food can store for a long time, because innovative new products, enhance products, eating characteristics, mainly the edible new product from the enable product, and waste management, enhance services, create brand names, develop the unique customer experience. That's what which I was telling. We do whatever the technology we do give it to people, till last we'll hold the technology which can bring to the market. So generally it's a different way of processing food material. Thermal found to be the loss of nutrients. So what we have been checking for the other non-thermal methods, mainly the chemical, physical, biological. The physical methods, one of the easy way to do it, large food material, we can store it and then prepare it. The same way like biological, some of the enzymes can be used when we process food material. So these are all the main products which we have been developing, and then giving technology to the different companies. These are all the some of the beetroot juice, which is one of the vasodilators and important, which we have been trying for the different mainly soldiers which are all posted on the high altitude. It's a really very useful product. The other products, mainly the phytochemical based plant products, which we have been trying with the food material, and it's really useful, and then storage for long, whatever the impact for the phytochemicals which has been seen there till last to the storage stability of the food material. So these are the other phytochemical products which we have developed. These are all the same way, some of the protein rich ragi bites these days, other rather than rice, some of the other grains which we have been using it for the common man as well as the soldiers. So when we see the nutrient composition of any of the products which vary product to product, but the moisture as well as total solids, protein, carbohydrate, fat, mineral content, and the energy level. See, all the things which we do to take care of it when we make the food material during processing of the food material. So, which is not only the plant product can be used as a food material, some of the mask also, which might, this also another paper which is recently. Different combinations of the plant-based material, they have made it as a mask, which was really useful, it seems, some other places, and also can, virus binding capacity which got reduced. That's what they say from that paper. Maybe we have to try some of the field trials. I don't think they have done it. So when I conclude, I have not taken much time. Hope so. The phytochemicals have been proven to improve the immunity and fight disease. Studies on improving the food production life cycle are crucial in improving the food security, especially in times of calamities and pandemics. And research and development efforts by DFR helped in developing the technology to extend the shelf life for the variety of traditional food products. And this is, let food be the medicine, and the medicine be the food. Actually, it was told by long back by Hippocrates, and this also is a common word which is being used to food itself. And thank you very much. If you have any questions from my side, I can see to that some other throw light on that. Please, madam. Thank you very much. Anyway, I have in a short duration, I could tell about all the things, because since morning people have talked, I elaborate about all the things.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please, madam.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and experiences and enlightening us with the research and the product developed in Defense Research Laboratory, and also, as you told, the challenges in food utilization, and the explaining very well the immune boosting food. So, as you told in your slide, sir, Annam Brahma. So we are Indian, and we believe that the Anna is our Brahma.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So now the session is open for the discussion, and now participant can ask the question by unmute themselves.
Okay. Right. Dr. Gopalan, thank you very much.
I don't know, because the short duration, everything is done.
Yeah, it is very short and sweet. And yeah, in a bird's eye view, we have given the role of various phytochemicals and how they help in enhancing the immunity of humans. And of course, one new thing I came to know about from your talk is about the vitamin B3.
Yes.
Which I was not aware of it earlier. Yeah.
Mainly the cardial, mainly the lung infection which they have showed it, sir. But I don't know, maybe the few patients they would have tried it. I don't know much about. That's a paper which I got it from, the virology research which they have showed us.
Right, right.
Maybe which I can share with you all the things.
Yeah, please. If we can share some of those papers available with you.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. And also you give a list of products, value-added products, functional foods, immunity boosters. I think mainly containing the herbal ingredients made available from the DFRL. I think about 265 companies have purchased the products from DFRL. Wonderful contribution, in fact, to the country also. And not only to the services for which your organization is meant for, but to the civilian society also, it's a big contribution. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, sir. For the entire family, DFR family, not for me alone, sir.
Yeah, no, wonderful it is. Just my one question is about the, as you mentioned in an earlier slides, the stability of these herbal containing products. And do they require any specific kind of preservatives, or the preservatives which are commonly used?
No, sir, we are not putting any preservative. Whatever it is available with itself, we are doing. Mainly the retard pouch technology. When we do the multi-layer packaging system, that's the one thing which is taken care of, sir. Not, we don't put any extra sugar, extra preservative. Whatever the limited, which already, you know, first I showed, these are all the things which has to be incorporated. Those things only, sir. We don't put anything major preservative.
I think this is one very important thing. No artificial preservatives are added.
No, sir.
Yeah, that's wonderful thing. Mainly the packaging system, I think that is designed specifically for these things, and otherwise the preservation property is inherently present in the herbs.
Yeah, sir. Yes. Yes.
Right. Very good. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Wonderful. It has given a very good idea about it.
Sir.
And also my special thanks, particularly because you have accepted with a very just only yesterday, day before yesterday, I requested you, I think yesterday morning, and you have kindly agreed. And then
I can't say no to you, sir, especially Jivaji University, especially, you know, the way in which you have taken care of us. We also should, any chance comes, we will be the first people to be with you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to be with you for this webinar, sir, as well as Madam, everyone, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam.
Our next speaker is
हाँ मैडम
हेलो
जी
सर बस थोड़ा सा नेटवर्क इशू हो गया सर
कोई दिक्कत नहीं नो इशू नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम मैम नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम
सर वो एक्चुअली शायद 2-3 जगह कनेक्ट हो गया ना
नो इशू आई एम हियर नो प्रॉब्लम ओके
Good afternoon to all of you.
Hello, is it audible to all? Yeah, sorry.
Ma'am, it is audible. It is audible at least to me.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Because of some technical issues. Now the speaker for this session is Mr. Ramnath Suryavanshi. He is a consultant and food safety master trainer. It's my honor, sir, to introduce you. Sir is having 38 years of experience in food and agro industry. He has experience of working in various fields like frozen vegetables and food packaging. He is also having expertise in spice processing and spice packaging. He also have the experience of making the value-added product like short and long-cut Italian quality pasta, vermicelli, and well versed with the different techniques. He guided for the integration and technical setup of entire cold chain food processing and agro-based industry, which includes supply from farm to fork. He is also guide for the manufacture of carbonated beverages like cola, orange, lemon, and other. Cleaning, sorting, grading of grains, rice, lentil, beans, nuts, etc. He is also guiding for the manufacture of tomato products like tomato paste, peeled tomato, manufacture of the frozen value-added product like frozen paratha of various types, naan, chapati, pre-cooking of the different food, fruits and vegetable canning and bottling. He is approved trainer for food safety supervisor advanced level 2 as per FSSAI norms. He is also the approved trainer and assessor for a special course in oil and fat sector. He is also a national resource person of SSAI and food safety master trainer. So on the behalf of organizing committee of Jivaji University, I welcome you, sir, and I request to begin your talk.
Wonderful. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir, please.
Perfect. Slide sharing, I will start little later, but let me speak for a while. Can you start this slide? One second, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I thank you very much, Professor Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Jivaji University, the Dr. Prasad, Head and Professor, Department of Food Technology, Dairy Technology, and various other allied food and agro-related sectors. I'm also thankful to all distinguished faculty who have really given me an opportunity to interact with the eminent people, and my sincerest thanks to all other speakers. From the morning, I've been watching the presentation from industry, Propolite, then from, of course, the other dignitaries from that was the yesterday's presentation. Then today's Dr. A.K. Singh from NDRI Karnal, Dr. Asutosh Upadhyay, Dean of Academics, NIFTEM, Sonipat, Mr. Rajesh Gupta, DGM QA, Bikanerwala Foods Private Limited, Dr. Manoj Tripathi, Principal Scientist, ICR, CIAE Bhopal, Dr. Nagendra Prakash Bhargava, Jumbo International Delhi, and also the Daksa from our very lovely place, that is Mysore, DFRL, Mysore Defense Food Research Laboratory. Those olden days I can't forget, which I have spent in Mysore during my study of 2 years with the CFTRI. And Thankful to all the distinguished guests. Thank you to the faculty. Thank you to the Vice Chancellor as well, and all others who have given me an opportunity. And also, I would like to thank all the participants of this webinar who have spared their time to be a part of this webinar, which is a very meaningful and useful exchange of information on the different technical aspects. And now is the difficult time. We are all passing through the very difficult phase, and that everybody knows the difficult phase is a unknown enemy which is not known so far. That's the coronavirus. And I'm thankful to the entire team to selecting more beard people with a French beard and less of the hairs on the top, at least some of the speaker whom I could see. So thank you very much for all this. And let me just proceed with the presentation. And as you know, I think there was a lot of discussion from the morning regarding how does the COVID-19 pandemic, it affects the food processing industries and agro-based industry and entire ecosystem. You know, it's not only the industry, but it is affecting the entire ecosystem. I've been very carefully watching and listening to the presentations which were made from this morning. A lot of things was being said, was being discussed about the coronavirus. So probably I may not be discussing what has been discussed, and I may be discussing on coronavirus and the food industry in second part of my presentation, what probably needs little more attention. The reason being, let me, I think I have been briefed. All the details have been shared with you. This is my name, which you can see here with all my contact details. I have been associated with the industry for almost 39 years as of now, and I'm still young. I love working. And you would be surprised to know, at this difficult time, where probably the country needs us, I'm working almost about 16 to 17 hours a day and just go for the sleep. That's it. The reason for that is very closely working with FSSAI, Food Safety and Standardization Authority of India, to develop the technical presentation, which probably can be taken to all the stakeholders, especially to the industry, FBO, where we can communicate with them and we can tell them that the previous norms of food safety, the previous norms of GMP, good manufacturing practices, the previous norms of the GHP, good hygienic practices, the previous norms of SOPs and SSOPs, the previous norms of FSMS systems, they need to be revised. The reason being, they are good. They are still applicable. But probably what we have been talking before, 3 months or 4 months, that may not take care of the food safety of the food industry. So very closely working with FSSAI, we have been able to develop the presentation of COVID-19 Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
The problem was from my end.
Yes,
the
sir.
इंटरनेट इज आंख मिचोली खेल रही है आजकल हमारे साथ, इंटरनेट और पावर दोनों. सो along with the coronavirus pandemic, we have to take care of these situations. So we have come into the other mode, that backup plans already. Almost every time we have a backup plan. So it is a backup plan of the internet and other things, which probably we have switched it on. So not a problem. So I was speaking about the information which is technically proven and can be implemented into the FBO food business, to the food business operators across the country. Somebody who knows about the industry, the inputs of them, it is very important and it is required. So very glad to have that session of that. Say those who attend the session, they are being given the certificate from FSSAI, and the certificate is helping them to reopen their business, the business like the catering, business like the hotels. If they do that, and if they present their certificate to the local authorities that we have undergone the training of the coronavirus pandemic, how to really handle the situation from the central authority, so then they get advantage of that. One more point which I would like to mention before I come to the startup opportunities. The responsibilities of FSSAI is not only the regulatory, no. Their responsibilities are to help and improve the ecosystem of the food processing industries across India, because their world jurisdiction is India. Now, their entire approach has changed. It's not only you take a license and you work like this. No. The approach to teach all the food business, the approach to teach all the food handlers, 90% of the FBOs, the food business people, that's my experience, they do not know what the food safety norms are. I'm very sorry to say, but this is what is my practical experience is. If you talk to them that what are the Schedule 4 requirement of the food safety, they're blank. The certificates of the licenses have been taken by somebody else who do not know about the food safety, who do not know about anything, and lot many places we have found the licenses taken in the wrong category. There is I was in Varanasi for one of the training, and one of the person having the hotel, he stood up and said, "Sir, I have a license, but I have been fined." I said, "Why? Show me your license." He showed me the license. He had a license of the retail and distribution, that is for the grocery shop, and he was operating the restaurant. A poor man does not know. The person who has taken the license, he said, "This is the license, you go and take." So there is a big gap between the stakeholders or FBO to understand, and FSSAI has come forward to explain them how does the ecosystem works, how does the food safety they are being taken care, and division FOSTEC, food safety training and certification, started operational from the year 2018, and they have come out with the training modules that is known as food safety supervisors of 17 different sectors like food safety supervisor, manufacturing, catering, oils and fat, milk and milk product, meat and fish industry, packaged drinking water, bakery, likewise. And this particular training module was a classroom training module where one-to-one interaction was happening, and believe me, almost more than 10,000 different participants I have interacted with in last 2.5 years time in the different parts of India, and interacted with them because I'm from industry. I understand the problem. If I'm taking training in, say, for example, in flour milling, I'm aware about what flour milling is. I'm aware about how does the semolina, rava and suji and maida that has been, the manufacturer, what is the practical experience. Having the practical experience makes a difference. Believe me, we have been able to guide them. Now what has happened is, after this pandemic, the trainings were on the classroom mode. Now what do? Shall we stop this? No. We get up. We have come out with the IT systems. We said, yes, there is a difference between the training where you get the certificate of participation, like the COVID-19 preventive measures, the 2 hours the person has to come and attend it. And after he or she attends the training, there is a certificate issued from FSSAI that the particular person has participated in the COVID-19 preventive measures training. That's it. That's his participation. Now, a very big responsibility. What would happen to the 17 different sections or 17 different, the food safety supervisor certificate, where all the Schedule 4 requirements were taught one-to-one, GMP requirements were taught, GHP requirements were taught, SOP and SSOPs were developed. The discussion was there regarding what are the packaging requirement, what are the FSMS plans, how it is made, food safety management system plan, what is traceability and recall, what are the new food fortification laws. 5 different foods they have been put under the category to really meet the nutritional requirement of all the people of India by adding the same along with some of the basic foods. So you don't have to take the B complex tablet, or you don't have to really have the tablets for the vitamins and other things. The 5 different food items in this food fortification has been made mandatory. Number 1 is the milk and milk products. There is a scientific ways are developed that what should be added, what quantity should be added, and what should be the final, the concentration of this particular, what you say, the fortified agent in the milk. Similarly, the other basic food items, that the flour, it is to be fortified with the iron and few more things. There is a complete division working on that. Then the oil, there are different kind of fortification systems developed for the oil, edible oil. There is a fortification system developed for the rice. You will be surprised to know the rice can be fortified. The rice manufacturer, they have been taught how the fortification is done, and they've been given time that whatever rice you sell it, you have to sell the fortified rice. And on the pack, the logo of F+F fortification should come. And 5th item is the salt. The salt has to be iodized. So these are the 5 products normally a person consumes. So the deficiency of minerals, vitamins, and other required nutritional aspect is being met by these. So what will happen after some time? You will find the people, they do not have deficiency of iron, they do not have deficiency of iodine. So the diseases like the goiter, some of the diseases which are happening because of these, this would be automatically taken care. That's what they approach. The second approach, which still has to come, RUCO, RUCO, that is reused or reuse of cooking oil. Nobody knew about it. RUCO. If the oil is being used for frying more than 3 times, it has been proved scientifically in the process of heating and cooling of the oil, the heating temperature of oil is around 180 to 185 degrees centigrade. And if you heat it and then cool it, again you heat it and cool it, again you heat it and cool it, especially in the QSR, quick service restaurant, where repeated fryings are done. It is mandated that any of the FBO shall not use the oil for more than 3 times where the process of cooling and heating is done. Especially, there are companies who are in the snack food business. They have the batch fryer for baking, say, the product like the potato chips, product like the namkeens. They will work in the day shift. At the end of the shift, when the whatever oil quantity is left, it will be left as it is in the vessel or a kadhai. Next day again, they will come and start working on that. Same thing will be repeated again and again. Now what happened? If you do that, the trans fat content in the oil goes more than the limit prescribed. Trans fat causes cancer. Trans fat causes cancer. Now what do? The bigger manufacturer, they will say that we are using it for 3 times, then we are selling it. Whom you are selling it? Probably to some dhaba wala who has a dhaba in the remote location, and he will make tadka with lot of spices. And who consumes that? Truck drivers, the other people who are in the surroundings. Are they not the human beings? Do they not have the live the life like the others? Why should they consume it? No, they should not consume it. You cannot sell so. You cannot do so. Now, what is the system you have made it for that? Any of the food processing FBO using more than 100 kg of the oil per day, they have to keep record of that, and they will have to sell the oil to the authorized aggregators. Practically, it is in the process of implementation, and there are some aggregators of the reused oil. They have been given the SOPs, standard operating procedure, to collect the oil from the different FBOs, take it to their units, and manufacture diesel out of the cooking oil which has been heated for more than 3 times. And they have to maintain all the protocols of FSSAI, and the diesel produced by them is again sold back to the diesel company, where certain blending percentage with diesel is allowed. So the cooking oil in which the trans fats were more is not again gone back to the ecosystem where it can be used by the others. So it is out of the ecosystem of eating or a consumption. It goes for the diesel where it is acceptable as a diesel. There is a procedure, there is a manufacturing process of converting this into the diesel, and the entire records of all the aggregators, they have to give it to the FSSAI. So these are some of the new steps which I'm sure, I think I'm going out of the track, but it is very important for me as a resource person from FSSAI to keep you up to date about the development. The other development which is going on, there was a big move. I think Gwalior must be aware about that. And I, in fact, have requested some of my Gwalior colleagues, those who has participated in the month of, I think in 2019, Bharat, kaun sa Bharat Yatra, Swasth Bharat Yatra, the rallies from 7 different points, they covered entire country to communicate about all these aspects. The other aspect which is being emphasized is नमक थोड़ा कम खाओ, शक्कर थोड़ा कम खाइए, और घी या तेल या वसा, फैट थोड़ा कम कंजम्पशन, थोड़ा कम. And these are the 3 constituents which leads to different kind of diseases. Thoda kam, namak thoda kam, shakkar thoda kam. The whole message was taken across India. And industries have been advised to reduce their level of salt, sugar, and fat into their finished product. So some industries, they've come out voluntarily. For example, juice industry. If the bricks contained in the mango juice, as per their standard, say for example, was 15-degree bricks, they have voluntarily said that now we will make the juice with 14.5-degree bricks. If a namkeen manufacturer is adding, say for example, 50 gram of salt for 10 kg or 50 gram of salt for 1 kg of their namkeen, they have come out voluntarily said instead of 50, sir, we will use 48. It will make the difference. So these are some of the initiatives. The next thing which is going to come up in labeling requirement, the products with high fat, high sugar, and high salt, they will be marked with different kind of labels, color coding, so that the consumer can understand which particular product has a high sugar or a high fat or a high salt concentration. These are some of the upcoming things which you will have time to time through the notification. Before that, probably it will not be appropriate for me to discuss. There are a lot of other developments. So as a responsible stakeholders, it is our responsibility to take the message which is technically correct, which is technically proven to the industry, whereby all the industries, they are benefited. And final, there is only one aim: to make safe food for the consumer. That's the aim, that's the vision, that's the goal of the regulatory, or I would not say regulatory, is the body in the ecosystem which is supporting the food business. There are a lot of other things, so I will not go into details of that. One last point I would like to mention: the trainings, food safety supervisor trainings, which was done in classroom, in the hotels, or one-to-one face-to-face interaction. Last 3 months, we have been working hard, and I'm very happy to announce yesterday we had the mass trial run first of the online training version, and there is an examination in that. Without that, the FSSAI cannot issue the certificate of completion. The officials, higher officials from FSSAI, they were part of it. They have supported us, and I'm very happy to say that the mass level training to the different stakeholders has taken place yesterday, and I had an honor to that. I had an honor to take that particular training as well as a NLRP from FSI. So it was my privilege. They have recognized, and some of you, I'm not sure, from Gwalior somebody has attended. Otherwise, there was a participation all across the country, and believe me, the response was enthusiastic, very enthusiastic, and about 75 food professing personnel and stakeholders have participated in the training, and they enjoyed it, and they have given the exam, online examination. At the end, we have worked hard. The team is working hard. And again, I will tell you one more thing. That was the manufacturing basic. It was scheduled for 3.5 hours. In that, first 2 hours for the things like the Schedule 4 requirement, GMP, GHP, and other things, and 1 hour was dedicated for the COVID-19. So it has combined both. And the classroom time, schedule time was 4 hours for the food safety supervisor. That has been brought down to 2 hours and added with 1 hour of the COVID-19 training. So in 3.5 hours, we have completed that training. So these are the kind of development which is being taking place from FSSAI. And again, one more final announcement. The food safety supervisor advance, what do we do with that? It was 8 hours classroom training. Now, how do we do? We have been successfully had a trial runs, the demos, and again, it's a great pleasure for me. I would be taking that first training on 16th, starting morning at 10 o'clock till 6 p.m. So those, it's a mandatory also to do that training. Every food business operator has to have the trained food safety supervisor. It does not mean if the corona has come, we stop our activities. We have to modulate ourselves, design the systems so that it fits into the ecosystem, and the message of the food safety is being taken to all the stakeholders. Any one of you would like to participate, you are most welcome. We have developed all the protocols, systems, registration systems, online exam, online presentation systems, and online examination system. And at the end, the feedback of the training also. So yesterday's training, believe me, I'm very happy. The feedback which we have got it is overblaming. So that's all. Let me go to the other topics now. What are the startup opportunities? This has been my favorite topic. Believe me, I'm a person from industry. I'm not by profession teacher. I had an opportunity when I completed my master's at CFTRI in 1981. I got the admission for PhD in USA. Some of my friends, they have gone to USA for PhD. I said, no, I don't want to do the PhD. Probably research is not my area of interest. Probably my area of interest is I want to be an industry professional where I do get the understanding about the industry, not only in the technical aspect, but I should have understanding about the industry from the administrative and financial aspect. So what do I do? First job was in Amul. I worked in Amul. I did my MBA with finance. I said, these chartered accountant people, they cannot fool me now. I understand the balance sheet. I don't make it, but I understand. I can guide them how to make it. Then to graded about the global technologies, what is happening in food processing, how do I get it? I said, let me go abroad now. I shifted to Dubai in the year 1996, not to do the job there. My aim was not to do the job, but I need a bread and butter. I had to make my arrangement for bread and butter. So I joined a company as a general manager there in the 1996. Headed the company as the CEO, managing director, handling all the entire operation, technical, commercial, export, import, finance, everything. As a managing director, you know, of a company, what are the things they have to take care, that too in a place like Dubai. And my aim was to gain the knowledge of international technology, what is happening in the area of food and agro processing. I attended 12 different Gulf food festivals in UAE, where all the stakeholders are coming from the entire world. I tried to learn the different things. And once I thought that now it is sufficient, I have to go back to India now. And whatever I have learned, that is to be delivered to our own people. In the period of last 3 years, I came back to in 2014. I understood the government systems here, how does it work? So I said, let them do their job, let me do my job. Believe me, more than 11,000 people I have trained in the last 3 years. And I'm currently supporting almost about 65 different startups at this point of time, and have supported more than 200 to 300 in this period of 3 years in India. Abroad project, you leave it apart. Abroad, we have done a lot of projects in dairy sector, in juice sector, in ice cream, blah, blah. We talk about it, we have done it. It is not, I'm trying to praise myself. No, I'm not here to market myself. No, I'm here to discuss about the global scenario of industry and what are the startup opportunities. Believe me, the startup opportunities are tremendous, and money is not a criteria, in my opinion. I'm supporting a startup. You know how much is the investment? Zero investment. No investment, but the business is operational. It is possible. I don't want to go into detail. You can do the food business with even zero budget. We talk about zero budget farming. We make use of the organic manures, fertilizers, cow dung and cow urine and blah, blah, all those kind of things. That is perfect. But somebody will say this, ये आदमी पागल हो गया बोले, जीरो बजट से कैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री चालू हो सकती है? हो सकती है. It is possible. मेरे यहाँ ट्रेनिंग में एक मैडम आई थी नीलम, उसकी बात करके फिर मैं आगे चलूंगा सर, नहीं तो आप लोग मेरे को भगा देंगे यहाँ से। एक नीलम मैडम यहाँ इंदौर में आई, मराठी, क्लासरूम ट्रेनिंग हमारे पास में, हमने फैसिलिटी अपनी बनाई है सब, वो हम कहीं नहीं जाते, जिसको आना है यहाँ आए, नहीं तो ना आए। बोले सर मेरे को काम तो करना है। मैंने कहा बिल्कुल करना है मैडम, कैसे? बोले सर कैसे करें? कैसे करें? मैंने कहा फंड कितने हैं? बोले सर मैडम बोली सर पैसे तो कुछ नहीं मेरे पास। मैंने कहा आपको अच्छा क्या आता है? सर बोले मैं बहुत अच्छी पोरम पूरी बनाती हूँ। पोरम पूरी जानते मराठी में, जो मराठी, थोड़ा हिंदी बात करूंगा सर चलेगा ना, थोड़ा सा हिंदी। तो पोरम पूरी में मीठा, उसको जो अंदर उसका मसाला बनता है, सी हैड ए स्पेशलाइज्ड ऑफ दैट मेकिंग डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ पोरम पूरी व्हिच वाज लाइक बाय लॉट मेनी पीपल। बोले सर when I make it, I can't keep it for more than 2 to 3 hours or 4 hours. After that, it gets spoiled. And there are people asking for the more quantity. How do I do? मैंने कहा पॉसिबल, पैसे इल्ला नहीं है। बोले कोई बात नहीं, 5-10 किलो आटा तो ले सकते हो ना। अरे बोले वो तो घर में खा पी रहे। नो प्रॉब्लम, आप एक काम करो, अपने घर का फ्रिज खाली करो, और पुराने जमाने में कोई फ्रिज नहीं हुआ करते थे घर में, रेफ्रिजरेटर, और वो मेरे को हैंड ओवर कर दो आप खाली करके। अपने बर्तन भांडे उसमें जो भी रखी तुम्हारा सामान वो अलग कर दो, वो मुझे खाली दे दो। वो तो दे सकते हो? हाँ बोले सर वो दे सकती हूँ। पोरम पूरी सिंपल तरीके से मैंने कहा आई डोंट वांट टू इंटरफियर विथ योर रेसिपी, नो, यू मेक द वे यू वांट इट, एब्सोल्युटली फाइन। देन इसके बाद में मैं जो कहूंगा वो आप करिए। सबसे पहले तो मैंने उनकी जगह घर था मेरे ऑफिस में, मैंने बोला इनका आधार कार्ड ले लीजिए और एक नगर निगम का जो है वो गुमास्ता लगता है वो ले लीजिए, और सबसे पहले इनका FSSAI का रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, जिसमें 12 लाख से कम यदि टर्नओवर है तो यू कैन टेक द रजिस्ट्रेशन, और फीस उसकी लगती है 100 रुपए साल की, एंड मैक्सिमम यू कैन हैव द लाइसेंस, नॉट लाइसेंस, रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर द पीरियड ऑफ 5 years, that is 500, and 20 rupees is the portal charges, so 520 rupees is the total expenses to get the registration. I said, madam, don't worry, I will get it done, don't pay, not required, you do your job, that is fine. अब करना क्या है? पोरम पूरी आपने बनाई, तो मैंने कहा जो आप घी लगाते हो बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में घी मत लगाइए, और जब आप उसको सेकते हो तो उसको आप आधा सेकिए, ठीक है, आधा आधा अप्रोक्सीमेटली, मैंने कहा वो अंदाज से आप सेट कर लीजिए। उसके बाद में उसी साइज की कट फूड ग्रेड सेलोफेन की फिल्म मैंने उनको अवेलेबल कराई। तो मैंने कहा आप कितनी पोरम पूरी का पैकेट बनाना चाहेंगे? 4 का। तो मैंने कहा एक के बीच में एक जो वो सेलोफेन फूड ग्रेड की जो फिल्म है, और दी पॉलीप्रोपिलीन फिल्म ऑफ थिन गेज अबाउट 40-50 gauge, whatever is available in the market, but it has to be food grade, because I will not allow something which is not permissible by the law, which does not accept it. मैंने कहा जो एक कमरा है उसकी साफ सफाई करके उसको बराबर प्रॉपर ड्रेनेज और कोई दूसरी चीज नहीं होती, इट हैज टू कंप्लाई विद द GMP रिक्वायरमेंट। यस, आधा करके, आधा पका के, और आप कितने 4 का पैकेट बनाना चाहते हैं? नो प्रॉब्लम, 4। और इसको जब आपने आधा सेक लिया तो बाहर इसको ठंडा करना रूम टेम्परेचर में, क्योंकि गर्म रहती है। रूम टेम्परेचर में ठंडा करने के बाद में 4 पोरम पूरी को आप रेफ्रिजरेटर के नीचे वाले खंड में किसी प्लेट में या किसी थाली में इसको रख दीजिए। द टेम्परेचर ऑफ रेफ्रिजरेटर डाउन is 4 degree to 5 degrees centigrade. So what we are doing is we are doing the job of chilling there. Okay, we got a packet printed। मैंने कहा प्रिंटिंग आप छोड़ दो अभी, the छोटी मशीन्स आती है उसमें यू कैन प्रिंट द लेबल, इट इज नॉट अलाउड टू पुट द लेबल ऑन पैकेट, बट आई सेड आप थोड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, किसी ने देख भी लिया तो आपको बोलेगा भाई, लेकिन इतना भी कोई देखने वाला यहाँ नहीं है, बिकॉज यू आर डूइंग अ वेरी स्मॉल जॉब। Take it out after 4 to 5 hours. When the temperature of this particular product becomes 4 degree, then you pack in the outer packing where all the labeling requirement things are written, which is pre-printed. You put into that and seal by using the heat sealing machine. Then you transfer this to the freezing chamber for period of 8 to 10 hours. Now in this, the temperature of frozen, the poram puri it becomes minus 18 or less than minus 18, minus 18 and minus 20. So as a food processing principle, any of the frozen product, if it is brought at a temperature of minus 18 degree or less than that, the microbes, they become dormant or they will not affect that. And of course, we have heated the puram puri, so the temperature of that is quite high. So all that get destroyed. And when you freeze it, after packing, keep in the frozen stage. Then I requested them, अब तो एक पुराना जो है वो आइसक्रीम का फ्रीजर रहता वो ले लो to transfer this so that you can then manufacture on the next day. That done, and she's supplying it to 10 to 12 different outlets here where the frozen puram puri is sold, and the shelf life of the frozen puram puri at minus 18 degrees centigrade. Now there was a problem. How do I deliver them? So we made an arrangement of insulated boxes. So in insulated boxes, when the temperature it retained for the period of 2 to 3 hours at the same temperature, it is being transported and delivered at the retail outlets where the frozen facility is available, and she is able to sell the product with the shelf life of 9 months with the zero investment. This is how the food industry works. So the motto behind this story is the investment is not a criteria, but yes, there are some technological constraints where probably you really need to understand the technology. For example, this big quantity of oranges which is grown now in Madhya Pradesh. पहले जो है सिर्फ नागपुरी ऑरेंज जाना जाता है संतरा, लेकिन there are places like Sajapur, Agarmalwa, places near to Khandwa and other places, a very good quality of the oranges are being grown. And believe me, the traders, they are taking it to the different market and they are saying this is Nagpuri orange. That is a privilege for the people who have grown it, that their product is equivalent or better than what was being grown. And now if somebody says in zero investment, I want to start the orange juice or orange juice concentrate, it is not possible. You have to have a plant where you are able to extract the juice. You are able to extract the separate the peel. From peel, you take out the peel oil, and the orange juice, what you take it out, it has to go through a process of evaporation in the different stages, and there is a minimum size of the plant which probably cannot be put up for less than 4 to 5 crores. So there is a technological constraint. So we really need to be a successful entrepreneur or to be a successful food business operator. More than the technology, what is required is this is about my, what is required is, it is the SWOT analysis. If your SWOT analysis is perfect, the industry cannot fail. There is no reason for the industry to fail. Absolutely, there is no reason. Whatever project we do it, or whatever activities we get involved in the food processing, the first thing which we do is the SWOT analysis, SWOT. Strengths of the entrepreneur. What are the strengths which the entrepreneur has it? What are the opportunities which are available in the market? SW, what are the weaknesses of the entrepreneur? O is what are the opportunities available in the market, and T, what are the threats? If you do perfect SWOT analysis, and among the different kind of projects, different kind of industries, you select 3 options, and out of that evaluate and select 1 option. If you really work on that, the chances of success is 100%. Not even 99%, it is 100%, unless some force major occurs. I think all of you understand what force major is. Pahad, bhookamp aa gaya, abhi jaise corona virus aa gaya, is a force major kind of thing, you know. It is, we never thought about it. It is beyond control. We don't have a technology to control it. Nobody has a technology to control it at this point of time. So The success rate of food and agro processing project, if it is rightly planned, rightly mentored, I will use the word mentoring, and rightly executed by following all the guidelines of food safety, it will never fail. बहुत सारे लोग मेरे पास आते हैं, एक दिन मेरे से समझ के जाएंगे, बोले सर नमकीन का प्लांट, आई वांट टू पुट अप अ प्लांट फॉर पोटैटो चिप्स एंड नमकीन. यू हैव अ प्लांट देयर इन ग्वालियर, आई नो, दे आर डूइंग द जॉब वर्क फॉर पेप्सी. सो मेरे से आके दे विल अंडरस्टैंड, आई एम अवेयर अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी. I'll tell them, if you want to go for this size plant, this is what is the estimated expenses. A fryer in automatic chip processing plant, potato chip processing plant, now the capacity economic size have gone up. The minimum economically viable size now is for a bigger size plant is 500 kg of the potato chips per hour. How much? 500, and you would need 2000 to 2500 kgs of potatoes for that. And if I tell you the size, the fryer, if you really have a right kind of fryer, the fryer itself will cost you not less than 40 to 50 lakhs. No, if somebody says 10 lakhs, it means whether he does not know about it or he knows more about it. There are two ways of looking at it. The packaging machine which is required for this plant, it is a multi-head wear, and multi-head wear with 14 different heads from a good manufacturer will not cost less than 50 to 55 lakh. Nobody will be able to supply less than that. If somebody is supplying for 30 lakh, उसने नीचे का पार्ट कहीं और का उधर चाइना से दिया थे जोड़ के लगा के दिस इज. तो जो आदमी आता है वो जाके फिर क्या करता है, वो जाता है व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी में, उसके बाद जाता है गूगल यूनिवर्सिटी में. व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी में बहुत सारे प्रोफेसर हैं, उधर मैसेज डालेगा आई वांट टू पुट अप ए चिप्स प्लांट, 25 लोग उसके पीछे लग जाते हैं. बोले यार सूर्यवंशी सर ने तो बोला था कि ये प्लांट तो बोले कम से कम 3-4 करोड़ 5 करोड़ का आएगा. वो सामने वाला बोलेगा भाई इट इज ओनली 1 करोड़. अरे बोले यार सूर्यवंशी बेवकूफ है, बोले उसको कुछ नहीं आता. और उसके बाद जब फेल होता है तो करीब 1 साल बाद वो घूमते आता है, सर थोड़ी मदद कर दूं. मैंने कहा भाई क्या? अरे बोले आपने जो बताया था ना पहले, वो प्लांट तो मैंने लगाया लेकिन चल नहीं रहा है. तो मैंने कहा भैया जिससे प्लांट लिया उसी को बोलो चलाने के लिए. I have come across multiple cases of this kind, and now also it is coming. A gentleman from Sivpuri, he came to me, sir कुछ प्रोजेक्ट बताइए. I gave him 3-4 options. Then he made use of his intelligence. And put up something. He came back after 1.5 year. बोले सर वो तो चल ही नहीं रहा मेरे से. तो मैंने कहा भैया 1 साल 1.5 साल कहाँ गए थे? अरे बोले सर आपने बताया था ना, वैसे ही मैंने लगा लिया था. मैंने कहा वेरी गुड, वैसे ही अब उसको चला लो. मैंने कहा चलाओ वैसे, कोई बात नहीं, मेरी जरूरत नहीं, मैं नहीं आऊंगा. In case you do not buy the proper equipment, in case you do not adopt the proper technologies, the things will not move. Your company is going to become NPA. What is happening to the soybean industries here? It's the same thing. They are not working on the technology. Simply एक ने सोयाबीन इंडस्ट्री लगाई तो लाइन से 25 लोगों ने लगा दी, आगे पीछे बिना देखे. वो क्या देखते हैं? अग्रवाल जी ने सोयाबीन का प्लांट लगाया, अग्रवाल सर हैज पुट सोयाबीन प्लांट, और जब लगाया उस समय जो अल्टो में घूमते थे वो, और 3 साल बाद उनके पास मर्सिडीज एस क्लास है. इसका मतलब बहुत पैसा है. अरे भाई आपको पता है मर्सिडीज एस क्लास कहां से आई? वो बैंक से लोन लिया था, उसमें लिए मर्सिडीज एस क्लास. Simple, not at all making use of technology. Simply take the soybean, solvent extraction कर दो भैया, make solvent extraction, take out the crude oil. Further you go for crude oil, you make the edible oil, and DOC, de-oil meal is exported. That is where the industry ends. It is over. You are not working on the technology. You will find at least 50% of the total soya processing plants which are installed here in central India, they are limping and some of them have died. It is because they did not work on the technology. Nothing. They have not done anything on technology. What is to be done is, there are multiple and ample products of soya bean you can make it. Like, don't make de-oil soya meal for animal feed. No. You make the soya flour. You make the edible soya flour. You make the soya flour which goes to the food processing industry, which goes to the biscuit manufacturing industry. Soya flour goes to the baby food as well. Then you make the lecithin. Not only liquid lecithin, you make the liquid lecithin. Apart from that, lecithin powder. You make the soya protein isolate. You make the soya protein concentrate. There are different kind of enzymatic actions which are to be done in the process. Nobody uses the mind. And they don't want to listen also. That's the beauty of it. If they have worked in soya industry, if somebody has worked in dairy industry for 10 years, he becomes a master of dairy industry, which is not so. I asked them yesterday one question. There are so many people from the industry. I said, tell me what is FSMS. Write in the chat box. You have got a central license. You have got a state license and you have been working in industry for 25 years. आप मुझे बता दीजिए फूड सेफ्टी मैनेजमेंट प्लान क्या है. एक ने भी जवाब नहीं दिया, क्योंकि ज्यादातर सर्टिफिकेट जो लिया है लोगों ने लाइसेंस, वो दलालों के थ्रू लिया है. भाई आप जहां साइन कर रहे हो समझ तो लोगों क्या है. सर ये कहानी चलती रहेगी, मैं थोड़ा आगे बढ़ता हूं. Okay, let me come back to some of the opportunities which are there for my topic today is startup opportunities in food and agro-based sector. One of the very important sector which you can touch upon, where the ample raw material is available in the central India, is the cold chain project. The projects of cold chain are where there is a technology of cooling or freezing involved in the process from farm to fork that can be categorized as a cold chain project. A cold chain project is one in which there is an integration of the process, primary processing, delivery from farm to fork, wherever there is a cooling process required in the process, that can be categorized as cold chain project. Now, some of the cold chain projects are, you have a cold chain project in fruits and vegetables. The shelf life of fruits and vegetables is very short. So there are different ways of cooling, chilling, freezing, which you can employ to fruits and vegetable products, which you can employ to floriculture, the flowers. Huge opportunity of the flowers, believe me, huge. After opening up the international flights from the places like Bhopal, Indore, there is the cargo terminals are developed where the temperature control is there. So directly you can ship the very good variety of flowers directly to the Dubai market, UAE, and they have a huge market there. And transshipment from Dubai can be made to any other part of the world, that is your Amsterdam or any other part of the world. Huge opportunities. There was a news, एक paper में जो है, some of our friends or horticulture department, they have done really a great job. Clusters are developed for floriculture, but the primary processing center, whatever is required in the world market, you process and do it here. If the rose flowers are required with 8-inch cut and bundling of the 10 in one, and then packaging it properly, do it here, pack it in the cold chain, you transport it wherever you want in the world. It's a huge opportunity. Meat and fish product, unfortunately, or I would say fortunately, our central India, there are very limited industries of meat, poultry and fish product. But if you see the international market, 90% of the chicken which are sold in the international market, they are frozen. 70 to 80% of the meat which is sold in the international market, they're all frozen. Different kind of technology, different cuts, different products like the sausages, blah, blah, whatnot. Pharmaceutical industry can also be categorized in the cold chain project. Then dairy industry has a huge scope. In Madhya Pradesh, especially your Gwalior region, it has a very good milk production, and there are industries there. I do have some of my contacts there where they are they are really doing a good job. Like I think the Nova brand is there. There is I think there was a speaker from Tropolite as well. And that Gwalior region has a good scope. And believe me, after pandemic coronavirus, the scope of dairy industry has increased. It is because of the global prices of some of the dairy products like full cream milk powder, skim milk powder. It was being dominated by some of the countries like European countries, like Holland. Now, what has happened? The coronavirus has very badly disturbed their economy. One of the major products, one of the major producer and exporter of the dairy products, including the full cream milk powder and skim milk powder, was China was one of the major player. You know, there was a melamine which was detected in the Chinese full cream milk powder and other milk product. So immediately FSSAI came into picture and they have stopped import of the dairy products from China till the further notification. What is the melamine? I think a lot of scientists are here, but for the benefit of those who do not know it, ये जो granite and जो tiles में polycyclic powder आता है, it is of that kind. If you mix with the milk or if you mix with the milk powder, it becomes like a milk powder. And if you consume the milk product with melamine, it causes cancer, carcinogenic. People are have been playing with Indian people, believe me. The other dairy sector cold chain project could be ice cream and confectionery. There is a big fight which the dairy lobby is doing it. Some of the people, I will not name any one of them. Ice cream means it should be made from either the fresh milk or the other preserved milk solids. It should be manufactured. It can be categorized. It is defined as ice cream. But there are some very smart people. What do? They say we will not put the milk powder, we will not put the milk solids into this. Instead of that, we will use some of the vegetable oil, and before it is converted into ice cream, the mixture will be homogenized. So it's basically, technically, the milk has a milk fat, and here you have got the fat from the oil, that is vegetable fat. So vegetable fat you are trying to convert into ice cream, and you want to sell it as a ice cream. How it is possible? No, it has to be classified as a frozen dessert. It's not an ice cream. Ice cream has to have the milk solids particular percentage, what is being defined by FSSAI, that is ice cream. You cannot call a frozen dessert which is made out of some vegetable fat which is of the cheaper quality, and you freeze it, you aerate it, and you make the ice cream with a different kind of these flavors. They do the miraculous job. And there are people, there are two different kind of flavors. One is natural and natural identical. There are people who are just using the artificial flavor. It is not permitted. So the cold chain projects in all the sectors in the different price range, you talk about the price, you can have the cold chain project. Ye cold store is just a part of cold chain project. I'll explain you. See, this is what cold chain is. This is the farm. This is the vehicle which picks up the goods from the farm and tries to give the same temperature what is required for this product. When it is there with the plant, there is some amount of nutrition which is coming into this. Now we try to simulate the condition into temperature control vehicle, so the fruits or vegetable remains as it is fresh. Then it is brought to the pack house. Pack house, you do the grading, sorting, washing, and drying. So it is free from microbial contamination like E. coli. It is free from Escherichia coli. It is free from any other. मुझे बता दीजिएगा जब टाइम कितना हो गया, मैं तो देखा ही नहीं टाइम. Please just do let me know. Another half. When do I have to finish? So I will accordingly modulate my presentation accordingly. Now it is 3:38. I think 4 o'clock should be okay. Okay. Then pack house. Then it comes the cold storage. So cold storage is just a part of the cold chain project. 90% लोग यहाँ पे आते हैं, बोलते हैं मेरे को तो सर कोल्ड स्टोर लगाना है. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम है कोल्ड चेन की, उसमें मेरे को कोल्ड स्टोर लगाना है. Where is the cold chain there? There is no cold chain there. मालूम ही नहीं है, और जो समझाए तो उससे समझना भी नहीं है. Then again, a cold store, or you can have a processing facility here, like manufacture of the frozen green peas, manufacture of the sweet corn, manufacture of the frozen baby corn, manufacture of the other vegetables like cauliflower, carrots. Then you pack it and again refrigerate, transport, and sell, give it to the market. This is what is a cold chain. And there is a special subsidy on the cold chain projects from the MOFPI, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, and they give subsidy 35% to 50% in these projects on the plant and equipment cost and on the eligible building cost. 35% the subsidy is there for the general area, and for the northeastern and hilly region the subsidy is 50%. लोगों को सब्सिडी दिखती है लगाने के लिए, उनको प्रोजेक्ट नहीं समझ में आता. सब्सिडी कितनी मिलेगी सर? इसमें मैक्सिमम सब्सिडी अमाउंट इन दिस कोल्ड चेन प्रोजेक्ट इज अप टू 10 crores. So their aim is to get the project made by somebody who do not know about food processing, modulate the financial figures like what should be the debt equity ratio, what should be the IRR, what should be the payment period, and how do we modulate the project into papers whereby we get the subsidy from the government. Balance project chale ya nahi chale, uska koi len den nahi. Nobody is concerned. And that is what the people, unless that thinking changes, unless the mindset changes, which is happening now. The new generation, it is their thinking. They just move. They just don't move without thinking. Most of the startups which are coming, I'm a mentor for the startup projects also under Niti Aayog. We are mentoring a lot of projects like cryogenic grinding. In cryogenic grinding, the small plants are not available. The grinding of spices is done by using the cryogen, the liquid nitrogen of the food grade. And there are some technical glitches of that. The technical glitches, like once you do that process, there is the evaporation of the nitrogen. What do? It's a loss. So probably we are trying to mentor a project, somebody who is studying at IIT, doing the engineering with them, and there are some schemes. So we are trying to come out with the technology, and we've been successful in doing some of the projects and helping them or helping the industry to come out. And so this is the cold chain project. So the opportunities in cold chain projects starts from zero investment, and you can have project as big as you want. There is absolutely no problem. If you want to start the project with 2 crore, you can do it. 1 crore, you can do it. 50 lakhs, you can do it. 25 lakhs, you can do it. 10 lakhs, you can do it. And if you want to invest 50 crore, we can do it. Absolutely no problem. A proper identification of the marketable product has to be done. Like simple, 10 lakh rupees mein frozen parathe bana lo, frozen naan bana lo, frozen, you can do anything. You know some of the big names. अभी शायद पता नहीं सुन रहे हो कि नहीं पूरे, तो बोलेंगे यार हमारे यहाँ की बातें आप कर रहे हो, क्या बात है. They manufacture all the frozen products. Naan available in USA in Patel stores. The paratha, mixed paratha, methi paratha, frozen methi, it is available there. Here is manufactured in India and it is not sold in India. It said we don't want to sell in India. उधर जाने के बाद में after reaching there, एक का दो होता है, 1 to 2. 10 rupees equal to $1. Take the cost of transportation. So the conversion So value addition, the realization of profit is more. So they are not much interested to supply. And secondly, Indian जो व्यक्ति है उसको घर की रोटी खाना पसंद है, और वो अमेरिका में जाएंगे तो किसी को रोटी बनाने का टाइम किसी को आता ही नहीं. Only Indian who have gone there, they make chapati. Otherwise, most of the Europeans, they don't know chapati. मालूम ही नहीं. Indians also who are there in abroad, if they get the frozen naan there, they will bring and keep in their freezer and eat it as and when they want. So these kind of multiple opportunities are available in the cold chain projects. With any of the investment, you can have a cold chain product, simple cold chain product in the dairy sector, which a lot of people around Gwalior, they are doing it. Simple milk collection from the farmers. Have a small milk chiller at the village level. Take the FSSAI license for that. बिना license के नहीं करना है. Simple 500 liters with 1 HP or 2 HP motor with the stirrer is available. So when you collect the milk, keep it there. Bring it to the central processing facility. Wait, test the quality when you are receiving it. Filter, pass through a filter. Keep in a collection tank where the temperature is 4 degrees. Next, pasteurize it. Have a cream separator online so you can standardize the milk, and then you can sell the milk in tankers. There are a lot of people doing. Even I have read, I don't know whether it is correct or not. I do have a lot of good friends in the different departments here, especially in the food. They have found some of the milk industries, their total purchase of the milk in a day is, say, for example, 15,000 liters. Whereas the same day the milk sale is 20,000 liters. How does it happen? I don't know. I cannot speak on this forum. You all know what is happening. They are selling poison to the country. Can the urea can be converted into milk because of the white color? Is it possible? When you take a FSSAI license, you have to give list of your ingredients. What are the ingredients you are going to use? And if any point of time, if the department has some doubt, if they inspect your factory, whatever ingredients are not listed, if they are found there, they can be fined and imprisoned. These kind of things are there. Processing industry is simple, but if you operate in a right way. So ample opportunity milk industry चालू हो सकती है. Don't do anything. Buy the milk. Have a small batch type pasteurizer. Take the temperature. Filter वगैरह कर लीजिएगा. Take the temperature of that up to the 80 degree, 85 degree, 80 degree, 85 में तो caramelization that there will be, say, 76, the normal pasteurization temperature about 76 degrees centigrade for 15 seconds. So you really, if you, because I'm talking about the small investment, you have a batch pasteurizer, heat it, then do the curdling, add citric acid and tartaric acid and convert that into paneer. Have a paneer press, make the paneer, cut into cubes, then don't set like this. Cubes, chill it, freeze it. Once you freeze it, the shelf life becomes 1 year. Pack it, brand it, and sell it. Simple industry, maximum 10 lakh rupees. Frozen paneer has good demand. You can make the paneer out of soybean as well, tofu. But what you do, you have to write in the pack. Simple industries are there. It's a small investment. You can make soya milk, flavored soya milk. A lot of work is done at CIAE. Our scientists from CIAE was here. They were here during the presentation. Dr. SP Singh is doing Dr. SP Singh also is doing a great job there. There are a lot of small equipments which are developed by them. The other institute, IIFT, Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology. My friend Dr. Ananda Ramakrishnan, he is director there now. He is being on deputation from CFTRI. He is heading the institute. Very dynamic person. They have developed a machine for peeling garlic by air by providing some kind of compressed air. No cooling, no washing, nothing. You do it, you pass through a machine. It's a Herculean task to remove the skin of the guy. यदि किसी कैटरिंग कंपनी में किसी को पनिशमेंट देना है जो काम ढंग से नहीं कर रहा है, उसको 5 किलो लहसुन दे दो कि भैया इसको छील के ले आ तू, 10 किलो प्याज दे दो इसको छील के ले आ तू. That is the punishment. So simple equipments are developed by the research institute. Like IIFT has done a lot of job. Like CFTRI has done a lot of technological development. Like DFRL has done a lot of development. Like NIFTEM has done a lot of development. So why can't we make use of the technologies? They have done a lot of work on sugarcane to pack the sugarcane juice, make the different kind of blended spices, sambar powder. They're all small projects. My appeal to all the budding entrepreneurs or students is, don't look for the job. You provide the job. That's what is required. Probably 2-3 years, थोड़ा अपना हाथ साफ कर लेने का दूसरी इंडस्ट्री में, but your aim should be to provide the job to others by having the startup project. You know, now everybody says startup. For every business they say startup. That's not the correct terminology. The meaning of a startup is, which is defined in Startup India, you develop something which probably is not there and is being identified by the experts as this particular technology is not there. It will be defined as a startup project and a startup code will be given for that. That is a startup. यदि आप स्पाइसेस बनाना चालू करते बोले मैं मसाला बनाना चालू कर रहा हूं धनिया पाउडर, it is a startup project. Where is a startup there? There is no startup. It's just a processing plant. That's it. It's not a startup project. In case your project is recognized as a startup project, if you really get a good mentoring for that, the fund availability is not a problem. Not at all a problem. The Startup India has the fund for as a venture capital fund. Understand venture capital? A fund which is being created by some of the stakeholders in the society. They are ready to take the risk. For example, I was evaluating one of the startup project. An engineer has developed a color sorting machine for sorting the vegetables. You can sort all the vegetables into that. We have seen the sorting machine for the color sorter for the rice. We have seen color sorter for the pulses and all. That is all. It is available. But I don't know if any one of you have seen the color sorting machine for all the vegetables. आप एक काम करेंगे, एक टोकने में टमाटर मिला दीजिए, बैगन मिला दीजिए, लाल मिर्च मिला दीजिए, नींबू मिला दीजिए और उसको you pass through the color sorter. बैगन will be separated, tomato will be separated, green chili will be separated. This is just an example. For example, you do the color sorting of, say, for example, tomatoes, which is harvested from the field. It has ripened tomato, it has little green tomato, plus something which is little more red. Now pass through this color sorter, you will have everything segregated. Now the one which are good, you wash them, grade them, and sell it in the market by following the cold chain project. The unripened one, you can hold it for some time. The overripened one, you cannot sell in the market, you won't get the price. Then what do? Do the simple technology, convert the tomato juice from that and make tomato puree from that. Tomato puree or pulp. And from that convert into the ketchup. You can have an intermediate product. Carboys, 35 kg, 50 kg carboys. Heat the tomato puree and pulp up to the boiling temperature, which will be around 95 to 97 degrees centigrade. And while starting cooling, add the preservatives like sodium benzoate and potassium metabisulfite up to a higher level. You can do that. It is not your finished product. It is your intermediate product. It will give you extra production. But after dilution into the tomato ketchup, the residue of the preservative should not be more than the prescribed limit of FSSAI. If you are able to do it, simple industry, कुछ ज़्यादा इसमें nothing is to be done. Not even a single industry I have seen who is doing this. Not even single industry. So I think my time is nearing, and like there are opportunities in all the sectors. You talk about spice processing, you talk about grain milling, you talk about maize processing, you talk about any other processing. The opportunities for startup is ample, and you really have to get it with the right mind setup, with the right guidance. That is it. That's it. I think it is 3:53. Our moderator जी, बात करनी है या खत्म करूं? वैसे तो मैं, ये FSSAI ने मुझे पक्का बना दिया बात करने के लिए, 8-8 घंटे बात करवाते हैं इस उम्र में भी, but still we are energetic. We are working 16 hours, 18 hours, absolutely no problem. We enjoy our work. And one more thing, we have started one very unique project. Some of your students also are the part of it. Very briefly, I like to say, students, they are getting, yes ma'am, finish करूं या और 5 मिनट?
No, you can take, sir. You can take your time.
मजा आ रहा है, नहीं आ रहा है?
No, we are listening, sir. मजा आ रहा है.
अच्छा, सॉरी, आई थिंक थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलने में भी जो है वो अपना मजा है. अच्छा, आज एक चीज बताइए, प्लीज टेल मी समथिंग. How did you get all beard people with French beards for your presentation? Why, before me also there was a speaker with a French hair and no hair. Anyway, it's a light part of it. So that, नहीं, मैंने तो, why I made my French beard like this is, Amitabh Bachchan sir said, now कौन बनेगा करोड़पति is going to finish now, or probably I am getting older. Now I want somebody to take it over. So that is how I got inspired that let me try. हो सकता है कि I may get a chance there also. So along with the food technology, probably do some kind of what do you say, कौन बनेगा करोड़पति as well. So that's a light part of it. One of the very good projects which we have initiated now, students are getting theoretical knowledge in most of the university, practical knowledge also, whatever they are getting, probably that does not make them to fit into industry. The industry, what they want is, they don't want to make their industry as a training center. From the day one, they said the person should be useful. So what we did is, all across the India, very recently, we have launched a project. We have said internship with GFTC. That is a global food tech consultant. I'm advertising my company. 6 months mentoring on a project would be done on the different selected project, and probably they would be attuned to accept the industrial, get some training about the industry, and they become suitable for the industry. So very recently started, there are students from Jivaji University, there are students from Bhopal College of Excellence, there are students from Bilaspur Atal Bihari University, there are students from NIFTEM, there are students from Punjab, there is some university from Tamil Nadu. So I am very happy to have this kind of project, and about 20 different groups with 20 different projects. I am able to mentor them to take it to the next level of the industry. And off the record, I have told them, don't think that I am going to get you a job. I'm not a placement consultant, or I'm not that something I'm going to, but off the record, I would like to inform whoever gets connected with me or our group, he would not be jobless. He would not, if he is having nothing, a open option to them, we roll out an offer letter to come and join here. Those who are unable to get anywhere, that's an open offer from us. So one of the students who submitted first project, he is from Atal Bihari University at Bilaspur, and the project selected is something very unique and gluten-free. He's doing a lot of work. So the first project submitted, we have rewarded him with a very small cash prize of 1,001 rupees. Why I'm a small person, I'm not a rich person, and a certificate of appreciation and a job offer to be, once he completes, if does not get any other opportunity, so we will roll out an offer to come and join our team if it is acceptable to him. So thank you very much. It was wonderful having you all here, and a special thank to Dr. Nidhi Goswami, who has caught me somewhere and brought all the way to Dr. Prasad and Dr. Prasad, we had a प्रसाद गारू सर हैं क्या वहां पे? प्रसाद सर हैं क्या? जरा लाइन में चालू करिए ना. किधर है सर? प्रसाद सर लाइन में आइए ना सर. Please take the microphone. No.
Yes sir, he is here.
Let me at least see. MD Bhavanara Prasad garu Bhavanara.
Yes sir, thank you very much Bhavanam.
Aage nanu. Acha. Manchundandi ekkada bore chesara. All right sir, thank you so much for your kind invitation, and it gives me a great pleasure and anytime if I could be of any use to my little experience and little knowledge what I have it. Every day is a learning process. I'm learning from everyone. So thank you so much. Any support you need, you are always welcome. Anything if I need, I will come to you. Thank you so much, and you may kindly take over the session, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice talk. So now, if participants wants to,
yes, please, I will answer. Yes, yeah. I will answer questions if I can. Please.
You can ask the question.
Please, I am open to take questions.
Sir, morning. Dr. Rajesh Gupta mentioned that there is a notification from SSAI saying that the best before use is to be replaced by the expiry date. Yes. So what he commented is during his talk that may lead to wastage of lot of food also. What is your opinion about it?
What happens in international market? There is no term like best before. Only there are two terms. One is the production date and second is the expiry date. These are the only two terms normally used in the global market. Whether the product is fit for the consumption or unfit for the consumption, no confusion. Why do we really want to confuse the customer? Best before means after eating 10 days, what will happen? After eating 15 days, what will happen? So I'm not, but it has not come as a, what you say, gadget notice so far. Once it comes in the gadget notice, then this can be implemented. Not only that, there are a lot of drafts which are under the consideration and have been, all the stakeholders, they've been asked to give their input. So not only this, there is one more term which is used. One is the production date, expiry date. Then he has talked about best before. Best before means if we consume before this date, all the nutritional values, whatever are declared and whatever should be there in the product, that is there. But it is the consumer choice, even after the best before, to consume or not to consume. There is one more term which is used in that is a use by date. You must be seeing in some of the milk packets and some of the short expiry product, use by date. Like in bread, you find use by. They won't write the production date also. They will say use by date. The meaning of use by date is, what was happening is, say for example, packed milk pouches, if it has a shelf life of say 3 days at 4 degrees centigrade. Now before the production date was written and probably the use by date, not use by date, the other date what you said was written. Now what was happening is, the consumer always have to have a look at the production date and the best before. Now what was happening is, if milk is produced 3 days back, but it is valid for the sale today, the consumer will not buy it. They will say this is manufactured 2 days before. So then the amendment came and they said, you don't write the production date, you write the use by date. It means it should be sold before that. So even if the milk or a bread is kept in the shelf for 2 days, the sale of that will happen in the 3rd day. But if there is a production date, that will not happen. So for short expiry product, use by date, and the other one, that is prevalent now, that is also prevalent now, the best before. But unless the law FSSAI comes as a gazette notification, then only it can be implemented. And even after the gazette notification, the time of a sufficient time is being given to the manufacturer. Like there are some manufacturers, they have a lot of packaging material, you know, which normally the production expiry dates are printed when they are produced, you know. There are any of the changes in the requirement of FSSAI which is coming, the sufficient time is given to the industry to finish their raw material or the packaging material and then implement that. So once it comes in notification as a gazette notification, then only it can be implemented. But otherwise, as of now, it is the same status. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a lot of appreciation.
No.
you are engaged in a very important pious job. I use the word pious job. The reason being, you have been involved in generation of the skilled human resource. India is very rich in human resource. And if we can convert this population into a human resource, if we succeed in that, I think that can address many economical problems India is facing. And we can beat any other country, including China also. So I think this is a very important step. And also, you know, this issue addresses the post-COVID, you know, issues or the challenges posed by the COVID-19. Because of this lockdown, in almost all industries, food industry is not an exception, food processing industry, many people have lost their jobs. And many budding people, the scientists or the human resources coming out from different educational institutions across India. So in 2020, in June, July, what would be the fate of their you know, career? So they are, because they have, many of the students coming from the food technology departments or food science departments, usually majority of them find jobs or placements at one or other level in industries, and very few of them go for the academic jobs. So now the industry is in such a situation. I don't think that it will be able to absorb even 1% or 5% of the students who are going, the pass outs of this particular year, academic year. And this startup business, if you can, you know, what you have been doing is that importing the skills, training and guiding them. And if there is any novel in their idea, and if it is a novel food formulation, and you can also help them in how to make a novel formulation, how to add you know, how to make a value addition to the food product, the existing food product, and that can be converted into a startup. And if we can help them, it's a wonderful job. I think from the core of my heart, the you know, the work which you have been doing it for the country. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. My pleasure. That is what is my emphasis is. The time I landed here in 2014 back, I knew that probably if I go along with the government system, I may not succeed in achieving the goals what I have in the mind. We started with training and of not the academic training, but on the startup. And successfully, we have been able to mentor at least 200 to 250 projects at the different stages, and they are with us now also. And one of the big gaps which I found between the students and the industry, we have just about 15 days before, and believe me, it is one of our successful, I'm sure it is going to be a successful project. Okay. It is not to make them to take a job, but to make them self-reliant to start their industry. As I've said, with the zero investment, you can start an industry. So investment is not a criteria. We are aware about the financial systems and pattern. Recently, you must be aware a package of 10,000 crores is being allocated by the central government for the microprocessing industries, enterprises, that is microprocessing, that is microprocessing food enterprises, in which the focus sector, it is meant only for the unorganized sector. The reason for that is the migration which has happened of our own people from the different places to different places. All those places have different kind of raw material available. Why can't we process the raw material there only and convert it to a marketable and eatable product which can be eaten by the local people? That is local for vocal or vocal for local. Before this policy announced, we understood this is going to come, and our training programs started before 2 months before the announcement of the policy. And whatever we have guessed, it has come right. And we are able to work on that direction, and we are able to support them. That is what is our emphasis. So my appeal to all the students from the different places who are studying the food and related subjects like microbiology, biotechnology, or science even, I would not say, or even from any other subject. It is not that somebody who has studied food technology can do the job. No, some of the successful players could be non-food background. So we are aiming, we are working on that, and I'm sure the change would come. If not, but little change we can probably make into the society. And I have seen, just give me 2 minutes, in the presentation of the COVID-19 which was made, it was wonderful. This slide, you please have a look at this, because we are involved in developing and taking these COVID trainings to the food business operator. How does the coronavirus, what is it made of? I don't know. This slide has been shared by somebody. The one which is there on the display now? No, I don't think. Is that?
It is there. It is visible. Yeah.
No, it is visible, but has it been explained by somebody else, my previous speakers?
Yeah, right. It was by Dr. Manoj explained about the viral structure, components, and everything.
So then I will not cover the lipidic layer. And how does the hand wash affect this? The 20-second hand wash with the soap, it breaks the lipidic envelope and affects the glycoprotein. So that is where 20-second. And secondly, when you use the alcohol-based 70%, what you say is the sanitizers, whatever is left, that gets destroyed. Then the compounds like quaternary ammonium disinfectant, the chloride, and the other potent oxidizers, they should be used for this. Actually, I'm sorry, because this COVID, I'm going into detail in most of my presentation, but purposefully I've not done this because I wanted to focus on the startup. These are the different recommendations from the WHO or from FSSAI, that is quaternary compound. What is the contact time? What should be the concentration? Like 0.1% hypochlorite, freshly prepared solution should be used for sanitation or disinfection, all the food surfaces. Then some of the things like the contactless delivery. That's something very important for e-marketing food businesses. This is the contactless delivery. See, I'll show you one of the photo and then I'll finish my presentation. See, this is a contactless delivery. No ordering by phone or whatever mode is there. The delivery person comes, keeps the thing, not touching the button, anything, deliver, payment done by e-mode. Before the food handler, he picks up the good, a proper hand wash, usage of the proper PPE, changing of the mouth mask after every 6 hours. It is all mandatory. Secondly, in my first presentation, which I took on 27th of April of the FSSAI, the PPTs have changed. The disposal of PPE was, nothing was mentioned how it should be done. Now there is a change, and I would just like to take you see how we are changing the things as per the information available from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This slide was not there before. One second, sir. One last slide I will show you. People must be, yeah, this slide. That is very important. This is how the things are changing. All the PPE, if you are using the mouth mask, and when you are disposing it, it should be covered in tissue paper, or it should be covered in a paper bag, and then it should be put in a dustbin. The reason being, if someone gets the corona positive symptoms, now because of the open mouth mask being disposed in the dustbin, covered bin, it can spread the virus, and the waste of the food industry, it should be treated like a medical waste, and the disposal of the medical waste, it should be done by the approved or registered contractor as per the norms of the disposal of the hospital waste, that is the incineration. These are the changes which are now coming, and it is to be implemented in food industry. All our PPTs are getting changed, up to dated every two to 3 days. So every COVID presentation you will find from us, time to time, you may find some additions into that. So I am not going into details of what has been covered, because we do have a specialization and a lot of things done on the coronavirus. So these are the things which probably are important, and all the trainings of COVID-19 is getting upgraded. The PPTs are upgraded. See, presently there is no vaccine for the COVID-19, and the PPT what we are using, at the end there is one statement which is made on behalf of Government of India. The statement is, I will just read that statement and finish the presentation. Just one statement I will read and finish my presentation, so that last it is written with the red at the end of the session. One second, we have come to the end. It says, the understanding of coronavirus, as and when there is an input from technical inputs from the team of experts. Yeah. Please read the red one. Disclaimer. Since the information on COVID-19 pandemic is evolving continuously, these guidelines are based on the present information available about the pandemic and can be revised as and when any new input is available. This is a very important statement which is made by FSSAI. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me so much time. And once again, thank you all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to add one thing here, sir.
Please
About the use of masks and all, the experimentation we are conducting in our laboratory, one of our PhD students is doing it. Can we sterilize? Generally, the biomedical waste in hospitals and the clinic.
Yes.
Sterilized first, and then it is disposed of. Okay. In the same way, I think all industrial houses, including the food industries also, if they can adopt that practice, sterilize because they are disposables only, sterilize the mask particularly. What we have been doing here in our laboratory here is that, and when these masks and the the other whatever we are handling, the mobile phones, when they are kept under the UV light of 11 watts, 20 watts, 40 watts, 50 watts, like that, for different periods of time, and we are evaluating the microbial colony growth at different time intervals. What we found out is that when the masks are exposed to, let us say, about 22 watt UV, contaminations, microbial growth is almost absent. Okay, so like that, setting up a UV chamber is not a big issue. It is not expensive also. I think any industry and every industry should follow this one. Thing, as you said, that simply if it is thrown into a dustbin, suppose the mask is contaminated one, so there is every chance that yes, it can spread the infection to others also. I think if one can practice such measures, and that also can check the spread of the infection.
Sir, your point of view is correct, but what happens is any statement coming out from a regulatory authority, it is implemented across all the FBO. So whatever they say, they cannot take a chance. Actually, the COVID presentation of mine is about 2 hours. That is a stipulated time for that, which I have not done it. Something which can be implemented by the industry, like putting that into the mask and other things into a paper bag. So at least the primary contamination which can occur, that is controlled, put in a covered dustbin, and within 24 hours or stipulated time that should go as a medical waste disposal. The reason being, the food industry do not have expertise of incineration. There are protocols, as you know, of the hospital, the same protocol. Now you want to break a chain. Research, I'm sure there are more than that research is there, but maybe it may be applicable to one food industry, it may not be applicable to the other. So FSSAI says something which all can adopt it, So the inputs from the institution like yours and institutions, other institutions, in fact, there is a core team in the central where all these inputs are evaluated, discussed with some of the experts or industry people, and the draft is made, and then it is released for the presentation like what we have it for the COVID-19. So I really have the great respect for all the research institutions, all the colleges, universities where they are putting a lot of effort. And I'm sure once they are evaluated and implemented in industry, it can really bring a drastic change with regard to the even pricing also. The medical disposal, as per the medical procedure, it is more. So probably that may help once it is implemented, it is evaluated and implemented by the FSSAI.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I also attended, sir, your one of online session.
Oh
and
my
that
God!
Was very that was very excellent.
Which one was that? Which one was that?
Actually, you were telling about some of the startup projects.
Madam, believe me, from the time the coronavirus has come, that time only we could smell it, that things are going to change, and from that time only we started working on all. Otherwise, we are not the people to host the webinars. No, we are so much occupied with all our ongoing project. I said the ongoing project will go on, but what would happen to our people who would suffer from coronavirus? Believe me, I'm sharing with you because I consider all of you as my well-wishers, and of course you are.
Yes, of course.
We have now some of the secrets I'm sharing you. We have an IT team based in USA. Their day is night and night is day. The entire team is working with us on IT development. That is the reason we are the first one to take online training of FSSAI on the webinar. Which one? COVID-19. Food safety supervisor yesterday, believe me, it was any one of you attended that training, the 4 hour. If you have not attended, ma'am, please come on 16th and there will be examination at the end. If you pass, then you will get a certificate from FSSAI. There is an online exam.
Yes, many of our students attended.
Attended, no? And I have declared the name of the students as well who secured 100% because the marks are available with us immediately. There are 4 students who, I don't know from your university, there are 4 students who secured 100%, and I think somebody from, yes, one is the Pawan Kumar from Northeast. He's with the ITI and some trainer. I'll finish this one. Then one Sara Ghazi from DY Patil University, one Anish Kohli from Thane, and one of my students, he scored 100%, who is doing food safety and quality management diploma from us at Devi Ahilya University, Sangeeta Singh. 4 students they attempted and they got 100 out of 100. So wonderful. I would request all of you, it's a certification training. The certificate may be useful somewhere or other. It is an 8 hours training. Believe me, probably at the end of the training, I will be
Yeah, so sure, sir, we will encourage.
Sorry.
We will.
Sorry, your voice.
Student, and we will also try to attend that.
See,
training.
I'll tell you one last minute, but not the least. Probably whatever is not specified in the training, like there is a protocol of FSSAI for this training, but there is something else which also we talk about, like food fortification is not part of the training. RUCO is not a part of training. Traceability and recall is not part of training. All these we are going to discuss in detail. So you all are most welcome, but registration with all the details as per the FSSAI protocols have to be done, and there will be fees also from us, which hopefully
yes,
nobody will
course,
wonder. Okay.
Of course,
I will share the details, man. Please proceed. I think it's too much time I have taken.
As you told, sir, this is the right time for the employer. And as you showed, the startup opportunity. There are different sectors for the startup opportunity. So I have one query, sir. So
please.
If I plan to go for the preparation of the tomato powder, or as you told, the onion powder or the garlic powder, because now the trend after the COVID-19, now the trend is for the restaurant jaisa khana at the home. So what will be the minimum investment?
See, the different products have the different proven technology which you will have to adopt. Like for tomato powder, you can make it even by sun drying tomato powder, but this tomato powder can be used only for culinary preparation. It cannot be used, the major where exactly the tomato powder is used. Tomato powder is used by the seasoning industry. जो आप potato chips खाते हैं ना, tangy tomato and tomato ketchup flavor, that is all made from the tomato powder. The tomato powder which you make by sun drying, that may not be suitable for that. To manufacture that tomato powder is, from tomato you convert it to tomato pulp and puree. This puree will be spray dried like the milk process is spray drying, and then you get tomato powder out of that, which has a wide acceptability. So the small projects you can do it, like we have developed some of the simple solar dryers where day it will operate with the sun and night it will operate with the electricity. Very simple. If you can do simple drying of the tomato chips, it will be sold natural. There is nothing, small investment, good opportunity. But the tomato powder which is required by the seasoning industry, for that a large investment is required, at least 4 to 5 crores, because the minimum plant size is about 100 kg per hour of the finished product. It is about 30 meters long spray dryer. Usko 3 manzil upar jana pradta chढ़ के 3 manzil. So that is one question. What was your second question?
Onion powder and the garlic powder, sir.
Onion powder and garlic powder, we had 2 full sessions. I think somehow we could not catch hold of you. Otherwise, Nidhi madam, I have been sending the things. This is a link. This is a link for you. There is nothing. You come and join.
I think that you told through the dehydration.
Dehydration, we had one full session. Dehydration you can do in a small scale, like with an investment of about 10 to 15 lakhs. But there would be limitation. These products you can sell only in the domestic market. If you want to go for an export, then you need a continuous dryer. The cost of continuous dryer with the capacity of about 100 kg of the finished onion flakes or onion kibbled or granulated onion or a onion powder, 100 kg per hour, it means the dehydration ratio is around 10:1. Means 1 ton of onion per hour. If you feed it, you'll get 100 kg of the dehydrated product. This is the minimum size for export. So in 1 day, you will be able to make 2 tons. In 8 days, you will be able to make 1 container. That is 40-foot container, one in 7 to 8 days. This is exportable. There is a huge export demand, and the Indian industry condition is very, very bad at this point of time with regard to hygiene. MP, there are very limited industries. Lot of industries are there in Gujarat, especially in the Mahua region, Mahua and Rajkot, and they're taking the onion from MP. That's the beauty of it. White onion is required for that. The TSS of the white onion is higher. You get a better ratio. And 90% of the total world market of the dehydrated onion is occupied by white onion powder. So there is a scope, small scale you can do, and large scale also you can do it. And for your information, I'm already putting up 2 dehydration plant in India. I cannot disclose the name, but we are in the process of setting up. And before that, I've already set up 3 to 4 plants of the dehydration. So please be assured you are in the safe hand. Whatever you want to do it, we will guide you in the right direction. Don't worry. And even we will help you. Even we will help you in the export marketing. You know why? When I was in UAE, I was net importer of all these products from the other end. So I am aware about the buyers also. So wonderful.
Thank you so much, sir. So the services you provide, sir, it country need very much, and probably need the person like you, sir, for the student, researcher, and of course for the industry also. So thank you so much, sir, once again on the behalf of organizing committee and the Jivaji University. And we also hope that the participant must be benefited from your lecture.
Yes.
So now,
please try and connect more students to us. We are not charging anything from the student, and we will give you them the certificate also once they complete the internship. And to get the up-to-dates about us, even if you are unable to talk to me, please go to the website www.globalfood.tech. You will get all the up-to-dates about all upcoming training programs and everything.
I know, sir, and many of our students are connected with you, and they also submitted the different projects. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. Now we are in the end of webinar. So to conclude the session, I would like to call the coordinator and the convener of this webinar, Mr. GBKS Prasad, sir.
Thank you, Richa. I think that these 2 days deliberations, I believe that there have been fruitful, constructive suggestions have come out from the interactions made with the resource persons. And just to sum up the proceedings, the first day we had inaugural talk by Professor S.K. Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Agricultural University, where we discussed about the measures that are required to save and to preserve the harvesters. So from different the sources. That is one important thing, I think, because for every industry, the raw material comes from the farmers. And you can preserve and prevent the post-harvest damages to different various agricultural producers. I think that itself can contribute significantly to the the economy of the country also. There are big losses in certain sectors, particularly as mentioned about the fruits, vegetables, and floriculture also. So these are the sectors where I think which need a special attention by the government as well as by the industries also. Industries should come forward how they can contribute in this particular aspect. And of Puneet Dawar, and he rightly mentioned about he got the pulse of the public also during this lockdown period, and for several months hereafter, people would not like to go out for the food to the restaurants, but they may like to make some the recipes which may mimic those available in the restaurants. And I think he said that the company should be prepared to meet that challenge, and also if the public can be educated how to make use of those ready-made recipes so that they can get, as Richa pointed out, restaurant jaise khana at home. And after the lunch break, we had the deliberations from Dr. A.K. Singh, Principal Scientist, National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. And he discussed elaborately about the functional foods of dairy origin and their value, and particularly not only from the commercial point of view, but also from improving the immunity of an individual, particularly as we acknowledge all of us that there is no treatment and there is no vaccine available for the COVID-19. And thereafter, we have the lecture of Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Dean of Academics of NIFTEM, Sonepat. And I think he elaborately has mentioned about the guidelines of FSSAI and also the the challenges to the food industries. And he's an engineer by himself, and he has given several guidelines also, means how the industries would face this challenge of COVID-19. And then we had a very detailed lecture from Dr. Manoj Tripathi, and I think he has touched each and every aspect, right from the pathogenesis of COVID-19, followed by how the immune defense, the human defense functions, what are the mechanisms involved, and then how the nutrients, particularly the micronutrients, phytochemicals from different sources act in promoting the host immunity or a person's immunity, and that is very much needed at this particular juncture. And also he is focused on the functional value of the probiotics and other foods that are available and that are made available from his institution also. It's a wonderful talk. And then thereafter we had a very short and sweet lecture from Sri Nagendra Prakash Bhargavji, a senior most food technologist, I can say. He made significant contributions in food, to the food industry and also to the academics, and is a recipient of several awards also. He is a rich treasure of knowledge, and again his focus was on the various phytochemicals and their role in boosting the immunity. And in this post-lunch session today, we had a talk from Dr. Gopalan from DFRL Mysore, and where again he focused his talk on the phytochemicals and the value-added foods that are generated from the DFRL and their role in potentiating the immunity of an individual. And now at the end, we have this wonderful talk, very inspiring and motivating lecture by Dr. Ramnath Suryavanshi. I will not repeat again because it is just concluded what he has conversed. Really wonderful, motivating talk to all youngsters and to all of us also. And definitely the food technology department at Jivaji University wants to promote these startups slowly and move on to a bigger level. And definitely, sir, we will take your guidance and help in implementing that particular part. And I thank once again from the core of my heart all the resource persons for sparing their valuable time and for their valuable inputs. The deliberations definitely will culminate into some resolutions. We'll work it out and we'll pass on to you also, to each and every resource person for refinement if wherever required. And thereafter, and we will see what best can be done. We'll forward it to the FSSAI and other agencies also. And now let me thank from the core of my heart our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Sangeeta Shukla. She is the source behind every activity, every academic activity we take up on the campus. Very dynamic important job. Although it is a holiday today, that is how she could not be here. Otherwise, generally, she does not miss any of these webinars also. She participates personally, squeezing out some time. And I am also thankful to our registrar and IT group of our Jivaji University and my two colleagues, Dr. Richa and Dr. Nidhi Goswami. And the inception of thought till it is executed, it is the whole group work only, and many students contributed from our own food technology, from microbiology department also they have been with us, and from tourism also they have been with us, assisting us in holding this event. And the last but not the least, my sincere thanks and grateful acknowledgement to Dr. Sadhana Srivastav. She is a senior scientific officer in our University Instrumentation Center, looking after this one. And she has been with us since right from the first hour to the last hour. She is now with us only. And thank you very much, madam. And I thank each and everyone, all the participants who have taken deliberations. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts and words of wisdom. You always being our inspiration and encouragement. So at last, I have to say, this was a great learning experience to all of us. Thank you all of you in making this webinar successful. And I also thankful for the who willingly participate and got registered for this webinar particularly. So thank you so much for being there for all of us, and good wishes to all of you. Thank you so much.